writing. So now you can really take notes wherever inspiration strikes.
Find the Kindle Scribe on Amazon.
That was your Tech It Out Minute, brought to you by Norton.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Stolen tech? Here's what to do. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Even if you only put your phone or laptop down for a few minutes, that's enough for a thief to walk off with it. But if that happens to you, don't panic. Take these practical steps immediately. Get onto another device and use a remote locator tool to try to determine where the device is. If you simply misplaced it, all's good. But if it's apparently stolen, use the remote app to lock it. Then go to your banks, your social media, and your other services and delete the stolen device from your trusted devices. Also log the missing device out of any saved logins and change your passwords. Report the theft to local law enforcement and ask the manufacturer to add the serial number to its blacklist. These steps can save you lots of hassle later. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
People who have lost their voices are turning to AI to regain them. I'm Katherine Houghton, and this is your KFF Health News Minute. Sonia Sotinsky lost her tongue and voice box to cancer.
When you lack the ability to communicate fully, I think you get reduced.
That's Sotinsky's AI voice. She trained it on recordings of herself reading children's books. Some synthesized voices are covered by insurance, but AI ones that express emotion are so new that patients are left to pay out of pocket. Many state-run psychiatric hospitals don't have enough beds to treat patients, unless they've been charged with a crime. Evelyn Lundberg Stratton is a retired Ohio Supreme Court justice.
It hurts everybody who needs to get a hospital bed that's not in the criminal justice system.
One way states are trying to free up more beds? By expanding mental health treatment in jails. There's more at kffhealthnews.org.
Do you get the concept of extended range electric vehicles? This is Jeff Gilbert with the Core Chronicles. There are a lot of vehicle choices today. It can be quite confusing, and we're going to see a lot of these, what the industry calls e-revs. Now, at their heart, they are electric.
100% of the time, your wheels are being turned by a battery and electric drive unit. The engine is there to do one thing and one thing only, which is to keep that battery charged. It functions as a generator. So these are two technologies that people do understand. The idea of putting them together, I think they also get that.
Ryan Decker's a vice president at Scout, which plans vehicles that can go about 100 miles on a charge before a gasoline engine kicks in as a generator.
They get the idea of waking up every morning, fully charged, charger in the garage. But we also know many of them are nervous about road trips.
Scout is developing its vehicles and building its factory now. They plan to have their products on the road in about 2 years. With the Car Chronicles, I'm Jeff Gilbert, CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. On this 5th year since the U.S. Capitol attack, Democrats have held a hearing updating what has happened since then, and some of those pardoned by President Trump marched for a small rally at the Capitol, where WTOP's Scott Gelman caught up with them and counter-demonstrators.
Pay tribute to Ashley Babbitt, U.S. Air Force veteran who was gunned down in cold blood inside the Capitol building on January 6th.
There's a large security presence lining Constitution Avenue, D.C. Police, U.S. Park Police, Secret Service, and a special moment at 244. Organizers say this afternoon is planned. They say that was the moment that Ashley Babbitt was killed near the Capitol.
Burials begin in Venezuela. This after last weekend's U.S. military operation to capture former President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Maduro's former vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, was officially sworn in yesterday in as interim president. And CBS's Lilia Luciano is in Colombia at its border with Venezuela, where she says many are on edge.
It's a tinderbox. Last night, apparently, there was a drone, a commercial drone. Somebody was flying a drone, and the state security forces, of course, on high alert, because of what happened Saturday, started shooting at it. It was like 3 minutes of nonstop firing near the presidential palace.
The Pentagon is launching a review of the effectiveness of having women in combat roles. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has in the past said women should not have combat roles. Last spring, he ordered the military to develop gender-neutral fitness standards for frontline troops. The Pentagon says this review is being undertaken to ensure standards are met, and the U.S. maintains the most lethal military. And a spokesperson says the Pentagon won't compromise standards to satisfy quotas or an ideological agenda.
Juneau, Alaska struggles to dig out after its latest snowstorm.
More than a foot of snow fell Monday on top of the 4 feet that fell last week. At least 8 boats loaded down with snow in Juneau's harbor have sunk. Harbor Master Matthew Cresswell.
Still got some of our bigger boats that still have to be raised. After we get those up out of the water, then we'll start figuring out plans from there, whether the boats have to get disposed of or if they're salvageable.
The roofs of several businesses have caved in. Schools are closed because kids can't walk to school. The sidewalks are buried under 6 feet of snow. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Researchers in Ontario studied thousands of infant death records from 2016 to 2022 and found a higher rate of deaths among U.S. babies versus those not born in this country. It's not clear why. Study co-author Julia Maraca.
We saw that sudden unexpected infant death, or SUID, was really the key driver of this difference.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left? I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped. Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
There's a new lightning capital of the U.S.
When lightning strikes, there's a good chance it's in Oklahoma. The state has dethroned Florida as the lightning capital of the country. Environmental consulting firm AEM reports about 73 lightning flashes per square mile in Oklahoma last year, with more than 123 per square mile in Kay County alone. That bests not only Florida, but Louisiana and Kansas, too. An AEM lightning scientist links evolving patterns in the Great Plains to more severe weather and higher than average precipitation. Florida was spared from lightning by drier than average conditions. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
After just 2.5 weeks of release, the Sydney Sweeney box office hit The Housemaid is getting a sequel. Lionsgate says that it will start production on The Housemaid's Secret later this year. The film will be based on the second of Frida McFadden's best-selling trilogy of books. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Them, Dedito, powered by Glimpses Media. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Flashcards in a flash. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Flashcards worked for us at school, and they're still effective. For memorizing facts and figures, they're actually hard to beat. And Zap Cards for iPhone, that's cards with a Z, makes it easy to create them. It works by taking the text you feed it and then applying AI to extract what's important so as to turn it into a flashcard deck. It can even use your iPhone camera to turn your handwritten meeting notes into practical study aids. Create as many flashcards as you want and sharpen your mind and memory anytime. How fast is it? If it's a short article, you'll get your cards in seconds. For a longer piece, maybe a few minutes. Even a book-length manuscript can turn into flashcards in less than the time for your lunch. That's Zap Cards at the App Store. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
The report cards your home needs to ace. I'm Greg McBride with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. School kids have report cards, you have a personal credit score to maintain, and your home also has a variety of reports and grades that it needs to do well on. As a homeowner, there are several key ones you need to understand, starting with a CLUE report. It's a record of every insurance claim filed on your home in the last 7 years, and it could make selling your house a little more challenging if there have been persistent problems. The next is the WALK score, which indicates how walkable your neighborhood is. That's important because surveys show that a majority of younger homebuyers prefer communities where they can get out and walk. And one more score to pay attention to is the flood insurance rating. The risk of flooding where you live can affect whether you can get insurance or even a mortgage. Flooding is not covered by standard home insurance, so if you live in a high-risk area, you will need a separate flood insurance policy. For more on this, visit Bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
From Jigo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
The report cards your home needs to ace. I'm Greg McBride with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. School kids have report cards, you have a personal credit score to maintain, and your home also has a variety of reports and grades that it needs to do well on. As a homeowner, there are several key ones you need to understand, starting with a CLUE report. It's a record of every insurance claim filed on your home in the last 7 years, and it could make selling your house a little more challenging if there have been persistent problems. The next is the WALK score, which indicates how walkable your neighborhood is. That's important because surveys show that a majority of younger homebuyers prefer communities where they can get out and walk. And one more score to pay attention to is the flood insurance rating. The risk of flooding where you live can affect whether you can get insurance or even a mortgage. Flooding is not covered by standard home insurance, so if you live in a high-risk area, you will need a separate flood insurance policy. For more on this, visit Bankrate.com. I'm Greg McBride.
Off a day, you're tuned into Wave 105 from 1 a.m. on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online at our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105 1FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Micropack open at their Tamuning and mall locations. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
When you see a window to fight for peace in
welcome to another Brightside here on Wave 105. Biba Metkolas. It's Wednesday, 2:13 in the afternoon. My name is Pauly Suba. January 7th. 671-922-1051 or 1052 or online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Are we tired yet? You know, what is it? I feel like this is really only the third day of the new year. I know January 1st was Thursday, but I feel like the new year actually just started on Monday, and for whatever reason, so I have to say how I'm feeling, right? Well, unfortunately, I'm under the weather. I caught something over the weekend, got the sniffles. I feel like I'm getting better. I feel like I'm getting better because of this, what is this called? Salud? It's energy and focus. I don't know where my wife gets it from, but it's better. It's like better than coffee. I don't know. I think she gets this at Ross. I don't know. Have you ever tried something like this? Does this look familiar to you, Teo?
No, what is that? Is it caffeine?
I think so.
Can I see
The
it?
flavor, yeah, Jamaica hibiscus agua fresca. It says Salud, and it's got like this, skeleton guy on here. But
your nose sounds better, sir.
It's right.
Yeah, the other day when you were talking, oh my God,
yeah.
I was getting.
Yeah.
Made me feel like my nose was stuffed too when
Right.
you're talking.
Right. I feel a lot better. I sound a lot better. Dayquil is helping me, but also this thing here has been helping me. I'm trying to look up I don't know, but they come in these packets and you just put it in water, so it flavors your water. So it's helped me, but on a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you? And it's only we're only 7 days in the new year. But also, what are some of the things that annoy you already in 2026? I feel like the same things that annoy me in 2025, it hasn't changed, right? People that speed on the road annoy the heck out of me. And then also people that don't drive the speed limit annoy me. 35 is, how do you drive slower than 35? I can understand in traffic, but there's a huge difference between 30 and 35. And so I don't understand how that we have drivers that are even driving 25 in a 35. And in the inside lane too is even worse. And so,
hey, 25, man, at least no accident. If there was 25, right?
Okay, sure. But 25 is too slow. Maybe in the Ville.
If there was 25 on both lanes, oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
To be honest with you, I feel like even slow drivers are dangerous drivers on Route 1, on main roads. If you're driving too slow, you can cause an accident as well. Because, people are trying to get around you, and that can cause a crash, trying to get around you, but then there's a car coming up behind, and so it's not as safe to try to get around you. Because now I have to go slower, but I also have to gain speed to make a safe, to get around safely. So these are the things that have annoyed me in 2025 that have just carried on. I tried to say, you know what, I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better. I've tempered myself too, for sure, because there have been times, not as much in 2025, but there have been times maybe 5 or 6 years ago where I would be cussing in the car. but I've gotten a lot better at it. In 2025, I made a commitment to, you know what, there's no rush. And so let people through as we're getting closer to merging lanes. I'll let anybody and everybody cut in front of me. It's not a big deal. There are some people that make it a big deal, but to be honest with you, I just don't think that's, that bothers me. It just doesn't. So, in 2026 though, I thought I'm going to do even better, but I've already found myself just annoyed by really slow drivers. So I failed, and we're only 7 days in. But I don't know. I don't hold grudges either. So it's just one of those things. I may not agree with some of the things that are happening in the legislature, but it's not like I'm gonna be like, that's it. I'm not voting for you ever. I'll probably still disagree with you, but that doesn't mean I don't like you. Because after talking to Senator Ryan, maybe he is going to run for senator. After talking to Ryan Sinot, we were talking about the legislature. We're talking about candidates, right, that are rumored to run in different offices, right? And I agree with Ryan. People, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. People are running for the right reason, and they've got good intentions, and so be it. I'm not going to hold anybody to that. However, maybe your core values don't align with mine. Maybe your platform doesn't align with mine, and so we can agree to disagree, and we can decide, you know what, I'm not voting for that person. That doesn't mean that I don't respect them. So I think that's the kind of attitude that I do want to bring with me throughout 2026, especially when we're looking at the legislature. So they are in session. Well, no, sorry, my bad. Not in session. They are conducting a public hearing. Right? And there were two. And so we're going to get to the one that took place at 8:30 in the morning. That's the public hearing on the resolution for a moratorium on deep sea mining. We're going to get to that. But right now, there is an oversight hearing again on GWA and Dieldrin found in the water well. And we made a lot of progress, or they made a lot of progress in the last oversight hearing. And they're continuing it again. For the most part, there were a lot of agency heads that were there last time. And so I wasn't sure if we were going to see more agency heads or more experts. I thought we were going to see more community, more people from the community, more residents. But when I'm looking at this, I do see agency heads, I do see experts, and so that's a good thing because we'll be able to better understand what it means to have Dieldrin in the water well, and then how are they going to mitigate all of that. And then also more findings that has come out that it is in the soil, and it could possibly be, Dieldrin could also be in fruits and vegetables and beeswax, and that's the stuff that we learned last time at the oversight hearing. So when I look at who's there, there are many of the same players from the last public hearing, and so that's something that we'll definitely get into more than likely tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be some very good information there. And then the Mayor's Council also had their monthly meeting, the very first one of the 2026. There are still some like technical difficulties going on there, so I really was not able to track what the Mayor's Council was up to, but definitely something that I'll be going back to because most of my time was spent at this morning's hearing on the moratorium on deep sea mining in the offshore of the CNMI, right? And so the first person that I want to get to, and I think we can do this before we get to the break, is Attorney Julian Uggan, who was able to speak. But let me just pull up what Senator Therese Terlai was saying, because again, this is her and Sabina Perez, Senator Sabina Perez, they introduced this resolution, right? So she shares that the purpose of the hearing was to take testimony on the resolution reaffirming Guam's call for a moratorium on the deep sea mining and formally object to the request for information issued by BOEM, or Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And she says, although the RFI is framed as an information gathering step, BOEM itself has described it as the first step toward possible mineral leasing, making it a serious policy action with far-reaching consequences. So she says that BOEM originally allowed, and we know this, 30 days for public comment, which Guam and the CNMI leaders viewed as inadequate for an issue involving environmental, cultural, economic, and jurisdictional risks. And although Guam and the CNMI jointly requested a 120-day extension, BOEM granted only the 30-day extension, which expires on January 12th. And so because of the deadline, she has requested this emergency legislation session that I believe will happen on Friday at 9 a.m. So she again talks about the resolution that represents the 38th Guam legislature reaffirming the same stance based on new developments and new federal actions. And she describes the geographic scale of the BOEM RFI, which covers more than 35 million acres of ocean and lies west of the Marianas Trench National Monument. And although the RFI is framed as CNMI focused, BOEM itself notes that the southern boundary of the area lies roughly midway between Guam and Luta, making Guam vulnerable to the environment, vulnerable to the environmental spillover. So she talks about Blue Ocean Law, right? And the attorney, Julian Uggan. And so Attorney Julian Uggan was there in person. I believe he's going to be at the workshop at the Guam Museum at 4 p.m. And so he says that the BOEM RFI process is legally deficient, scientifically unsupported, incompatible with the rights of the peoples of Guam and the CNMI. And his firm's comments detail violations of numerous U.S. and international laws. And so he wants to focus his testimony on what he describes as the central flaw of the proposal, which is the violation of the right to self-determination. And Teo, if you can get that up, this is again Attorney Julian Uggan testifying in favor of this resolution.
Because these legal defects are documented in detail in our written comments, which are now publicly available, I will not recount all of them here. Instead, I want to focus on one violation that stands at the center of this federal proposal and that alone should end it. That is, the violation of the right to self-determination. The RFI rests on a deeply flawed assumption that the United States may unilaterally authorize seabed mineral extraction in the waters off Guam and the CNMI without consultation or consent from their peoples. That assumption is legally untenable. For decades, the United Nations has repeatedly affirmed that the peoples of dependent and non-self-governing territories possess permanent sovereignty over their natural resources. This principle is considered a core component of the right to self-determination, and it is well settled. It is also explicitly recognized by the UN General Assembly as applying to the waters around Guam. The General Assembly has reiterated this point again and again in resolutions respecting the, quote, question of Guam. Since at least 1976, it has affirmed that the Chamorro people's inalienable right to, quote, own, enjoy, control, and dispose of Guam's natural resources, including marine resources, and has further instructed the United States to safeguard that right. Those instructions are explicit and they remain in force today. What this means is that the marine resources in the waters around Guam are the heritage of the people of Guam. They are not, in fact, assets that the federal government may dispose of at will. The United States, as Guam's administering power, has a legal duty to protect those resources from exploitation and abuse, and to ensure they are used only in accordance with the freely expressed wishes of the people. Any action that deprives a non-self-governing people of control over these same resources violates that duty. International courts have reached the same conclusion. The International Court of Justice has repeatedly confirmed that permanent sovereignty over natural resources is a principle of customary international law, and that the exploitation of resources in a non-self-governing territory or dependent territory must reflect the genuine wishes of and benefit its people. Exploitation of those resources for the benefit of others, to include the administering power itself, is categorically unlawful. Yet, that is precisely what is being proposed here. Guam would receive no control, no meaningful consultation, and no share in the benefits, while bearing all the environmental, cultural, and food security risks. In short, the authority claimed by BOEM is authority the United States does not possess, i.e., the authority to unilaterally dispose of resources that international law clearly recognizes as ours, not theirs. To approve any conclusion to the contrary would drain the right of self-determination of any remaining meaning, and it would destroy the distinction between administration on the one hand and outright domination on the other. I would like to end my remarks today by inviting you to imagine these resources not as assets to be monetized and mined, but instead as a living archive of culture, history, and memory, and a bounty to be bequeathed to future generations and to a future self-governing Guam. It is my great hope, should we ever close the colonial chapter and join the sisterhood of nations, that ours will choose differently. Choose restraint over extraction, care over conquest, and dignity over dispossession. This resolution makes that choice legible now, even without the power to decide the outcome. Thank you.
There you go. That's Attorney Julian Uggan, right? And so he says the marine resources around Guam are the heritage of the people of Guam, and the U.S., as the administering power, has a duty to protect, not exploit, those resources. Any extraction that benefits outside interests while imposing risks in Guam is unlawful. We'll take the break, and then on the other side, a number of agency heads spoke in favor of the resolution. And there were some of the testimony. I highly encourage you to watch in its entirety, because Maneka Flores also, when she's talking about those others that spoke too, you don't need to be a scientist to formulate a concern. And there were many people, and there were a number of experts for sure, but there's just concerned residents as well that even got my attention. And like Maneka Flores had said in her testimony, you don't need to be a scientist to understand that this could cause so much danger to not just our community, but the community in the Sinot mine. So we'll get to some of the data and the statistics from government agencies like Guam EPA. Gita also was there. Department of Agriculture, Chausa Munya, the director of Department of Agriculture, is also another audio clip that I want to share in just a bit. 2:32 in the afternoon, we will take this break. Wave 105, Biba Metkolas. It's Wednesday.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
The talk you want to hear. Wave 105 FM.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. While it's been observed that disease and poor sleep seem to sort together, ongoing research is looking into the why of it. Johns Hopkins sleep expert Charlene Gamaldo says a couple of possible causes have emerged.
A couple of the areas that they're looking at is whether melatonin certainly looks like it has some anti-carcinogenic protection. And it makes sense because, especially with shift work, it's a circadian issue. And melatonin is very much involved for our sleep clock. There is also some research looking at telomeres and sleep. Those little caps on the chromosome, every time the cell splits, that cap gets a little bit smaller. Sleep disruption has been associated with shortened telomere length.
Gumaldo says additional studies on both melatonin and telomere length are underway, with lots of questions remaining about the utility of supplements or how to intervene as telomeres shorten. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
Flashcards in a flash. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Flashcards worked for us at school, and they're still effective. For memorizing facts and figures, they're actually hard to beat. And Zap Cards for iPhone, that's cards with a Z, makes it easy to create them. It works by taking the text you feed it and then applying AI to extract what's important so as to turn it into a flashcard deck. It can even use your iPhone camera to turn your handwritten meeting notes into practical study aids. Create as many flashcards as you want and sharpen your mind and memory anytime. How fast is it? If it's a short article, you'll get your cards in seconds. For a longer piece, maybe a few minutes. Even a book-length manuscript can turn into flashcards in less than the time for your lunch. That's Zap Cards at the App Store. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News. Stolen tech? Here's what to do. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Even if you only put your phone or laptop down for a few minutes, that's enough for a thief to walk off with it. But if that happens to you, don't panic. Take these practical steps immediately. Get onto another device and use a remote locator tool to try to determine where the device is. If you simply misplaced it, all's good. But if it's apparently stolen, use the remote app to lock it. Then go to your banks, your social media, and your other services and delete the stolen device from your trusted devices. Also log the missing device out of any saved logins and change your passwords. Report the theft to local law enforcement and ask the manufacturer to add the serial number to its blacklist. These steps can save you lots of hassle later. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
All right, welcome back to Brightside here on Wave 105. Going back to the public hearing that took place this morning on a resolution to put a moratorium on deep sea mining in the offshores of Guam and the CNMI, right? So the BSP, Edwin Santos, basically read on the record the director of BSP's testimony, Lola Leon Guerrero. Is it Lola? I forget. I think so. So the concern is that the proposed mining area lies approximately 120 miles from Guam, and the modeling conducted by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, indicates sediment plumes from seabed disruption could travel hundreds of kilometers, potentially reaching Guam's coastal waters within weeks. Such plumes could damage coral reefs and fisheries, threaten biodiversity in the Marianas Trench, undermine livelihoods of local fishermen, and jeopardize Guam's food security. Esther Taitagui, the senior planner of BSP, said that there could be irreversible environmental damage to globally significant ecosystems and culturally harm the relationship, the moral, spiritual relationship with the ocean, and economic risks to Guam's tourism industry. She said that in 2024, tourism generated $1.4 billion and supported 28% of private sector jobs, all of which depend on pristine marine environments. Environmental degradation from mining would directly translate into economic loss. And so BSP puts out some recommendations to BOEM, denying all seabed mining leases in CNMI and Guam waters, require cultural impact assessments alongside environmental reviews, and complete a full environmental impact statement under NEPA, and recognize Guam's sovereign interests in and federal consistency authority. Carlotta Leon Guerrero, representing the governor's office, also mentioned how Guam's leadership has acted quickly to develop a unified opposition, right? And so that is not just our governor and lieutenant governor, but also the CNMI's governor and lieutenant governor, but then our legislature, our congressman as well, has all spoken on behalf of the people of Guam as one voice. So she cites the Cook Islands as an example. And so she says, once a global leader in pursuing seabed mining, they recently halted their plans after concluding that scientific knowledge was insufficient. Even the most advanced jurisdictions, she said, are now choosing caution. So I looked it up too, right? So Cook Islands, yeah, I'm looking up a number of articles here. Asia Pacific Report back in November 13, 2025, reports that the Cook Islands government has decided to delay the decision on whether to begin leasing for seabed mining until at least 2032. And this decision is a result of the growing opposition to seabed mining in the Pacific region, as highlighted by Greenpeace and other environmental groups. The government acknowledges the pressure from local communities and civil society organizations, which have been raising alarms about the potential impacts of seabed mining on the ocean and its inhabitants. The delay in the decision process allows for more time to gather necessary information and data for a well-informed decision on the viability of seabed mining in the Cook Islands. That sounds like a very thought-out comment that my comment would probably be pretty identical to why we should delay any deep sea mining here in Guam or off the shores of the CNMI. So let's get into the director of DOAG, because that's one I definitely want to share with you. Oh, again, Emily Wood, who was here, right? So she, again, is the governor's office conservation. I forgot her official title, but she works for the office of the governor. She was here because they are putting together the workshop at the Guam Museum, right? Climate change. She's the climate change consultant for the office of the governor, Emily Wood, right? So she was there as well, and she says the contradiction of BOEM is in framing deep sea mining as necessary to counter foreign influence when it may actually damage regional relationships that Guam and others have worked years to build. She says that critical minerals exist elsewhere and that there is no need to rush into a decision that could destabilize both environmental systems and geopolitical relationships. And when she said that, it reminded me of what President Trump himself said about rare minerals when they asked, so rare minerals, right, is that something that you're going to look at over at Venezuela? And he's like, here's the thing about rare minerals. He said it like 2 days ago when they were talking to him about what they're going to be looking at in Venezuela. He goes, rare minerals aren't rare. They're everywhere. It's the technology to mine the rare minerals that is rare. And so that is exactly what Miss Wood is saying, that it's contradictory, that they're not so rare, that you can find them in many areas. So what is the rush of going out and mining the rare minerals in this area? if they're not so rare, like President Trump has said. So, here's Chelsea Munya, Department of Agriculture, right? So she says that there are multiple concerns. BOEM provided inadequate time for review and consultation. The RFI resembles early leasing steps rather than neutral inquiry. Inconsistencies between BOEM's maps and written descriptions undermine transparency. And then she details severe environmental risks, including permanent habitat destruction, toxic heavy metal release, and massive sediment plumes. Underwater industrial noise impacting whales and dolphins. And so that's the audio clip that I want to share now.
RFI docket number 2025-0351 on November 12, 2025, initially providing only a 30-day comment period, later extended by an additional 30 days following a joint request by the governors of Guam and CNMI. Even with this extension, the timeframe remains insufficient for full scientific review, community engagement, and intergovernmental consultation. The RFI was issued without prior public informational meetings in Guam or the CNMI, and without providing access to relevant baseline scientific data. Although characterized as informational, the RFI mirrors federal actions elsewhere that have rapidly progressed from inquiry to area designation, indicating that this RFI represents a substantive step toward leasing rather than a neutral request for input. Internal inconsistency between BOEM's RFI text and maps undermine transparency. BOEM's RFI contains a material inconsistency between the written geographic description of the RFI area and the map provided with the notice. The original Federal Register publication described the RFI area as being located west of the Mariana Trench Marine National Monument. BOEM later issued a technical correction only after they were informed by Guam scientist Mike Gowell, acknowledging that this description was incorrect and that the RFI area is in fact located east of the monument, consistent with the map. This discrepancy impairs stakeholders' abilities to assess proximity to Guam, ROTA, sensitive ecological and cultural resources, fisheries, marine mammal migration corridors, submarine cable routes, and adjacent protected areas, and undermines meaningful public participation. Serious and irreversible environmental impacts without baseline assessment will result. Deep sea mining poses risks of irreversible harm to deep sea ecosystems, biodiversity loss beyond the mining footprint, and impairment of ocean carbon sequestration processes. The RFI area includes biodiverse seamounts known to host deep sea corals and sponges. Deep sea mining has well-documented ecological risks globally, including destruction of seafloor habitat, disruption of nutrient cycles, and the release of toxic heavy metals. While BOEM requests comments on potential impacts, the RFI does not provide baseline scientific data or environmental analyses that would allow stakeholders to assess risks with confidence. Modern deep-sea expeditions in the Marianas routinely discover new species and previously unknown habitats. Yet BOEM did not include or disclose results from recent scientific cruises before issuing the RFI. Deep-sea corals are among the longest-lived organisms on Earth, with documented ages ranging from 2,500 years to over 8,000 years. Deep-sea mining would generate sediment plumes at both the seabed and mid-water column, capable of spreading hundreds of miles. Deep-sea mining would also introduce continuous industrial underwater noise. Guam and CNMI support deep-diving cetaceans, including beak whales and endangered species such as blue whales, fin whales, and sperm whales. These species are already facing cumulative acoustic stress from shipping, military exercises, and mid-frequency active sonar. Naval sonar has been associated with multiple beaked whale strandings in the Mariana region. Guam relies on 11 active submarine cable systems with approximately 10 additional cables planned and serves as a telecommunications hub connecting more than 14 countries. Mining activities could damage or sever these cables, causing significant economic disruption and public safety risks. Deep sea mining would disproportionately harm the indigenous Chamorro people whose livelihoods, cultural identity, navigation traditions, food systems, and spiritual practices are inseparable from the ocean. International experience demonstrates that deep-sea mining poses significant financial risk to island jurisdictions. In Papua New Guinea, a deep-sea mining project collapsed when the operating company went bankrupt, leaving the national government with approximately $24 million in debt. Under 36 CFR 581.27, no annual rental payment is required during the first 5 years of a lease unless otherwise specified. This allows environmentally risky activities to occur without guaranteed financial benefit to affected regions and creates incentives for rapid exploration without long-term accountability. Deep-sea mining is not proven necessary to meet critical mineral demand. Recycling and recovery of existing materials presents lower risk alternatives. But one concrete step Guam can take now is to ban deep-sea mining in territorial waters. Guam retains authority within its territorial waters and may prohibit deep-sea mining and related activities consistent with actions taken by other U.S. jurisdictions. Such a prohibition would limit the use of Guam's ports and infrastructure to support mining in adjacent federal waters. Hawaii, California, Oregon, and Washington have already enacted such bans. While much of the mineral interest lies in...
There you go. So, again, also, it could risk the submarine cables, right? And so our submarine cables are critical to our economy, but also multiple island economies and countries too. So could damage these cables. She brings it up. And she also shares that BOEM urges BOEM to ban deep-sea mining in territorial waters, saying that other U.S. jurisdictions such as Hawaii, California have already done so. So she says that that deep-sea mining is not a proven necessary for critical mineral supply. Later on, she does add to her testimony about manta rays believed to migrate between Guam and the CNMI, and ongoing research suggests the population may be genetically unique and extremely small, with only 65 individuals identified over more than a decade, and deep-sea mining could disrupt their migration paths and threaten the survival of a potentially distinct species, right? And so, Michelle Lastimosa of the director of Guam EPA, she concurs with Department of Agriculture's findings, and they encourage an immediate suspension of the BOEM RFI and adoption of a precautionary moratorium on deep-sea mining. So Senator Joe San Augustine later on in the public hearing said we should do something. The resolution is great. We should go further, and we should actually introduce legislation to ban deep-sea mining altogether in the waters of Guam. And so we might be seeing some of that based on what we heard from all of these government agencies. The governor, Lulian Guerrero, obviously she wasn't here, but she spoke in depth about her concern of deep-sea mining at yesterday's Commission on Decolonization meeting. And so later on in the 3 o'clock hour, I want to play some of that. But there's a couple more audio clips from this public hearing that I do want to play. And I think we do have time. We'll play this one. This is going to get us to the top of the hour. This is resident Rocky Estachio, who from the village of Zotnya is extremely concerned about the deep sea mining and how much and the impact that it could have on our ecosystem and our environment and tourism too.
Formerly Ocean Island, Banaba was the site of surface mining for phosphate, generally used for fertilizer. The mining was so intense that the island was almost completely barren. Today, consequently, nearly all the population had to relocate to another island. Today, by
Time? Put it on. Can you start at the correct timeline? I don't think that's the correct spot. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's the whole reason why I'm giving you the start time and the end time, right? So we can stay on it.
Wait. Yeah, okay. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Roki B. Estacchio, and I am a resident of Zornia. Today, I rise in opposition to seabed mining at the vicinity of the Mariana Trench. Historically, Guam, the Northern Marianas, and the other islands in Micronesia have encountered the ravages of environmental destruction, such as the impact of World War II. The post-war reconstruction has more or less changed or reshaped the landscape, and only remnants of the war are in museums, historical preservation sites, and textbooks. However, during the 1950s, there were nuclear testing in the Marshall Islands. Over 15 nuclear detonations occurred, contaminating Bikini and Iniwatak atolls. Today, sadly, these islands are still contaminated by radiation. In the state of Kiribati, there is an island called Banaba, formerly Ocean Island. Banaba was the site of surface mining for phosphate, generally used for fertilizer. The mining was so intense that the island was almost completely barren. Today, consequently, nearly all the population had to relocate to another island. Today, Banaba remains a barren island. Although these two examples do not equate or comparable to seabed mining at the Mariana Trench, they all share one common denominator, that is physical environmental disruption and destruction. Mining in any scenario, whether surface mining, subterranean mining, or seafloor mining, is almost always environmentally unfriendly. Geologically, trenches are convergent boundaries of two oceanic tectonic plates. In the case of the Mariana Trench, it involves the convergence of the Philippine Plate and the Pacific Plate. The Mariana Islands are located at the eastern edge of the Philippine Plate. Two important things to note. First, there is marine life at the depths of the trench, and it needs to be protected. Second, biologists and other scientists assert that the miracle of life on this planet may have occurred at the abyss of convergent boundaries. If this claim is true, why destroy this sacred sanctuary that gave rise to the development of our biological human existence? Seabed mining will involve scraping, plucking, grinding, grading, sucking, scouring, and buffing the oceanic floor to extract the desired material and cast away unwanted materials. These extraneous materials are unstable and subject to movement caused by ocean currents and tropical storms. These mining residues will migrate westward to the Marianas. The impact of these residues will affect the eastern coast of the Marianas. On Guam, its notable effects will include Pago Bay, Tagasing Beach, Ilik Bay, Ipan Beaches, Iroham Bay, and the other eastern beaches of southern Guam. Pollutants will suffocate living corals, destroy coral reefs, poison fisheries, and foul our beaches. When these when these mining residues become potentially threat to Tagatong Beach, it becomes personal. I was born and raised in Zonia, and I have a few personal histories to share. It was Tagatong Beach where I learned how to swim. It was Tagatong Beach where I caught my first fish. It was Tagatong Beach where I first noticed the existence of the opposite sex wearing a bikini. It was Tagatong Beach where I studied for my UOG exams. It was at Tagatong Beach where the Zonia boys and I barbecued, drank beer, played guitar, sang songs, mostly out of tune, and smoked the illicit cannabis. Today, Tagatong Beach is a gift from previous generations of Zonia residents. It is my obligation to protect and preserve Tagatong Beach for this generation and subsequent generations to follow. Therefore, I vehemently oppose seabed mining.
There you go. He got me on illicit cannabis. Yeah, so that's a comment right there. But that was just such a great testimony, right? Because he mixed it with data, with some of the findings that he's researched himself. And so here's the thing, too. 3 o'clock on the dot, KGUM, FM, in Dededo, Guam. Here's the thing, too. There are companies out there, especially, and we're hearing this specific name more. What is this? The Impossible Metals. This company is being mentioned more and more. The governor even looked them up too, right? This is the company that is willing to give 1% profit sharing to U.S. American Samoa, right, for deep sea mining off shores of their land. Now they're willing to now renegotiate that, right? From what some of the articles, some of those articles that are out there, that, oh no, everything that Mr. Eustachio is saying, that's old technology. We got new technology. We got AI technology that will just send our robot down, our drone, and pluck it like a booger and take it and not disturb anything down there. But that's still all in the testing phase. And that also is a big concern. And again, what happens when we test in our waters? What is the history of testing in Micronesia? And what disasters and what health concerns have happened to human beings, to a whole population of people, also displacement of people to this day. So we cannot be also a testing lab or a place to test new technology either. All right, we'll take the break, and then on the other side, there's one more from an attorney off island that I want to play from this one, and then we'll get to the governor's sentiments, her concerns that are on record because they were during a government meeting, the Commission on Decolonization, sharing her concerns about deep sea mining. So we'll get to that on the other side of the 3 o'clock hour. This is Wave 105, time for your CBS News.
2016 to 2022 and found a higher rate of deaths among U.S. babies versus those not born in this country. It's not clear why. Study co-author Julia Maraca. I'm Jennifer Piper on this 5th year since the U.S. happened since then, and some of those pardoned by President Trump marched for a small rally at the Capitol, where WTOP's Scott Gelman caught up with them and counter-demonstrators.
Pay tribute to Ashley Babbitt, U.S. Air Force veteran who was gunned down in cold blood inside the Capitol building on January 6th.
There's a large security presence lining Constitution Avenue, D.C. Police, U.S. Park Police, Secret Service, and a special moment at 244. Organizers say this afternoon is planned. They say that was the moment that Ashley Babbitt was killed near the Capitol.
Burials begin in Venezuela. This after last weekend's U.S. military operation to capture former President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Maduro's former vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, was officially sworn in yesterday as interim president. And CBS's Lilia Luciano is in Colombia at its border with Venezuela, where she says many are on edge.
It's a tinderbox. Last night, apparently, there was a drone, a commercial drone. Somebody was flying a drone, and the state security forces, of course, on high alert, because of what happened Saturday, started shooting at it. It was like 3 minutes of nonstop firing near the presidential palace.
The Pentagon is launching a review of the effectiveness of having women in combat roles. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has in the past said women should not have combat roles. Last spring, he ordered the military to develop gender-neutral fitness standards for frontline troops. The Pentagon says this review is being undertaken to ensure standards are met, and the U.S. maintains the most lethal military. And a spokesperson says the Pentagon won't compromise standards to satisfy quotas or an ideological agenda.
Juneau, Alaska struggles to dig out after its latest snowstorm.
More than a foot of snow fell Monday on top of the 4 feet that fell last week. At least 8 boats loaded down with snow in Juneau's harbor have sunk. Harbor Master Matthew Cresswell.
Still got some of our bigger boats that still have to be raised. After we get those up out of the water, then we'll start figuring out plans from there, whether the boats have to get disposed of or if they're salvageable.
The roofs of several businesses have caved in. Schools are closed because kids can't walk to school. The sidewalks are buried under 6 feet of snow. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Researchers in Ontario studied thousands of infant death records from 2016 to 2022 and found a higher rate of deaths among U.S. babies versus those not born in this country. It's not clear why. Study co-author Julia Maraca.
We saw that sudden unexpected infant death, or SUID, was really the key driver of this difference.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left? I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need hair volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped. Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
There's a new lightning capital of the U.S.
When lightning strikes, there's a good chance it's in Oklahoma. The state has dethroned Florida as the lightning capital of the country. Environmental consulting firm AEM reports about 73 lightning flashes per square mile in Oklahoma last year, with more than 123 per square mile in Kay County alone. That bests not only Florida, but Louisiana and Kansas, too. An AEM lightning scientist links evolving patterns in the Great Plains to more severe weather and higher than average precipitation. Florida was spared from lightning by drier than average conditions. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
After just 2.5 weeks of release, the Sydney Sweeney box office hit The Housemaid is getting a sequel. Lionsgate says that it will start production on The Housemaid's Secret later this year. The film will be based on the second of Frida McFadden's best-selling trilogy of books. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Damage from a missed credit card payment. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Having access to a credit card is akin to a necessity, and it's important to be attentive to making timely payments. Most credit card issuers regard a payment late when the due date has passed. A missed payment typically carries the same penalties as when making less than the minimum payment due. Delinquent for 30 days, you can manage if handled quickly. Some card issuers allow a single missed payment before they charge a late fee, but this is when your credit rating begins being put at risk. 2 payment cycles missed, 60 or more days, credit issuers begin wielding the high-risk label. Once the 90-day mark's violated, some banks will begin to seek to recover the full balance owed. Past 120 days and the debt is charged off, transferred to a third party. More damage to your credit rating. To avoid all of that, try to pay off your debts within the month they're charged, and you'll avoid paying interest. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Humanoid robots are finally sparking some excitement, but don't hold your breath. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. The dream of a robot that looks and moves like a person goes back hundreds of years. Yet even with today's amazing technology, no company is making a truly humanoid robot. Among Silicon Valley investors, robots have long been seen as a bad bet, too complicated and capital intensive. Now the boom in AI has lit a spark under long simmering robot visions. But even at a big recent conference on the topic, skepticism remained high that truly human-like robots will be with us anytime soon. A longtime executive in automation said it remains to be seen who will be the ultimate leader in humanoid robots. But right now, he said, China has certainly a lot more momentum. I'm Jeff Calder.
From breaking news to bright ideas, Wave 105 is where Guam speaks.
Hi, for day, tune into Wake 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online at our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Brightside is sponsored by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at their Tamuning and Mall locations. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Crown Plaza Resort. Come down to Crown Plaza Resort Guam. Relax, stay, or dine in. Book it today and experience island comfort at its best only at Crown Plaza Resort Guam.
This is a compilation of words written down on the board of my dreams. This is a complicated line with too much rhyme and sound, it seems. But you seem to love when I sing, the troubles do.
All right, welcome back. The Brightside here on Wave 105. There is a high surf advisory. I knew it. See, well, not that I knew it. I had a feeling that they would extend the high surf advisory, right? Because they've been doing this. So the high surf advisory was supposed to end today, but they've extended it until tomorrow at 4 a.m. And so this affected areas are Guam, Luta, Tinian, and Saipan. Large breaking waves of 7 to 9 feet and dangerous rip currents for the high surf advisory. It's affecting north-facing reefs of the Marianas, and for the high risk of rip current statement, it's for north and east-facing reefs. And so, again, this is until 4 a.m. tomorrow. All right, so let's get back to the public hearing that took place again this morning on deep sea mining. So there's one other person that I want to pull, and there were so many great testimonies, right? And so again, I highly encourage everybody to watch it in its entirety. But there's a attorney, David Henkin of Earth Justice, who testified again in favor of the resolution. I didn't hear anybody there against the resolution. So he testified remotely or virtually. And so he says that existing deep sea mining technology is essentially strip mining the ocean. And promises of gentle future technology are unproven. That's kind of what I was sharing as well. Where, okay, there's all of, if you go to, again, Impossible Metals, they are very proud of being a company focused on, and I'm pulling it right from their mission, sustainable deep sea mining, aiming to extract critical minerals like nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese from the ocean floor using advanced technology. Impossible Metals is dedicated to responsibly harvesting essential minerals from the deep sea, which are crucial for various industries, including energy production and national defense. The company utilizes innovative underwater robotics and AI-driven selective harvesting techniques to collect mineral-rich polymetallic nodules from the seabed without causing significant environmental disruption. So forget everything you heard from Rocky Estacchio. That's not what they do, according to, again, Impossible Metals, right? The primary metals that Impossible Metals aims to extract include nickel, which is vital for battery production and electric vehicles, copper, essential for electrical wiring and electronics, cobalt, used in batteries and various industrial applications, and manganese, important for steel production and battery technology. And so, in a article on mining technology, the company has developed AUVs capable of navigating deep sea environments to collect minerals efficiently. These vehicles are designed to operate at depths of up to 1 mile and are equipped with technology that allow for selective harvesting, which helps preserve marine biodiversity while extracting valuable resources. So it would have been nice if they showed up to this public hearing virtually too, so they can be on the record. But here is David Henkin of Earth Justice on the record, talking about the promises again of gentle future technology, how it is unproven.
My name is David Henkin. I'm an attorney in the Mid-Pacific office of Earth Justice, which is in Honolulu. We do a lot of work with the people in Guam as well as the Northern Marianas, and we're also working very hard on the very many comment periods that are flying at us for deep sea mining throughout the Pacific. So not only off of the Mariana Islands, but also off of American Samoa and near to Hawaii in the Clipperton zone between us and the West Coast. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. We are in strong support of the resolution and the call to continue the moratorium on deep sea mining in the waters around Guam and off the rest of the Mariana Islands. The resolution does a wonderful job of cataloging the many reasons why a moratorium is justified, given the existential threats that deep sea mining poses to the people of Guam and the rest of the Mariana Islands, who depend on a healthy ocean for subsistence, economic well-being, and perpetuation of the culture. There's just a couple of, you've heard a lot today. The testimony really covers the ground. I want to emphasize a couple of points. The proven technology for deep sea mining, which is basically strip mining the ocean, it would be environmentally devastating. There's no question about that. There's been study on that. It would be long lasting. It would be intergenerational. You're going to be hearing over in the coming days and years of promises that there are new technologies that can gently pluck nodules from the sea floor without causing any harm. Those promises are just that. They're promises. They're empty promises because the technologies have not been developed. They're not proven. And so, a moratorium is essential in order to make sure that we get, if there is going to be some future way to harvest from the sea without devastating the ecosystems on which as island people, we rely, then fine. But until it's proven, the sort of the speculators and the promoters of deep seabed mining are going to be reaping all the profits, while the people of Guam would be paying all the price. The other thing I want to emphasize with respect to the types of promises that are going to be made are promises of significant revenues. So there's going to be an appeal to concern for the economic well-being of the people of Guam and the Northern Marianas, that all this money is going to come in. Well, as has been discussed, it's a small fraction of any profits that would be going outside of the Marianas to others who are coming in and taking your resources. But even then, it's complete speculation because as testimony you heard from the director of the Department of Agriculture, there are other sources of these minerals. And probably more importantly, technology is evolving to get away from the need for these minerals. And so you see prices of these minerals already falling. So by the time that they've come in and they've destroyed the seabed and they've stirred up the sediment plumes that have devastated the ecosystem, spread toxins into the food web and into the fish that people take to put food on their family's table. By the time all that is done, whether there's any profit to get any percentage of is completely speculative. So again, all of the information that's available now speaks to the need to really be very cautious here. And the moratorium resolution properly recognizes the need to take a very precautionary approach, because that's the only responsible thing to do for the people of the Marianas, including the people of Guam. And so we strongly support the resolution. We appreciate this opportunity to testify, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
All right. Again, the attorney from Hawaii sharing that even if they're talking about economic benefit, that's only a small fraction of any profit, and that's complete speculation when it comes to economic benefit. And for the people of Guam, I don't think there's any economic benefit, because we're talking there. The conversation is with the CNMI government and the people there. And so if any profits will go as far as the area that they would deep sea mine in this in the BOEM RFI, it's negotiating with the CNMI. However, because it can affect, and it would affect our ecosystem too, right? And so Governor Lulian Guerrero, she shares that. That's the whole reason why they are pushing heavily against this and having a unified voice with the Speaker of the Legislature, with Congressman Jim Moylan. And so I just saw the statement from the Office of the Governor. Actually, it's a letter to Acting Director Matthew Giacona of BOEM. And the subject is Unified Position Regarding Docket Number BOEM 2025-0351. And it says, we have established our unified opposition after convening with Guam's top government leaders. Up to this point, there has not been sufficient scientific research and analysis on the environmental, ecological, economic, and marine life impacts of seabed mining. We affirm that more data focused on these areas is needed before any consequential federal policy decisions are made. So I want to play again. This was on yesterday's Commission on Decolonization meeting. It is the governor speaking against deep sea mining, right, at this meeting. You can find it on the Commission on Decolonization's Facebook page. That's where they hold their meetings, and it's saved there. So again, the governor, you'll hear the governor even talk about it, that she has also seen the articles and that have been out there about Impossible Metals, the company. And so I just want to play this. I want to play this audio clip with the governor talking about how journalists, even in Australia, have reached out to her. And they're closely following this because, again, Guam not being a sovereign nation, Guam being a U.S. territory, that limits Guam's legal and political control over surrounding ocean waters. And so she's also sharing that this makes Guam a test case for how the U.S. might handle deep sea mining near island communities that do not control their own EEZ or exclusive economic zone. So somebody else is on the line? Okay. Half a day, Wave 105. You're on the air.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Kaduku.
Yeah, this is one and only.
Huh.
The original OOG.
What's up?
Yeah, I just guess who I just ran into?
Who'd you run into?
One of the oldest governors on island right now. Who do you think it is?
Governor Carl Gutierrez?
No.
Governor Joseph Atta?
There you go. Bingo. You still know.
Yeah. I love Governor Joe Atta.
Hey, I just ran into him over at J&G Payless and Jigo.
Yeah?
Did you know that he used to own Atta Sayu before he sold it to the family and became J&G Payless?
I did not know that.
Yeah, I was just talking to him. He was walking out, and I said, Joseph, you were the guy that went to Washington that you said there was a lot of beaches on Guam and all that kind of stuff. And he goes, how did she know? I go, Joseph, I have been following you. You can't run. You can't hide.
Yeah.
He's old now, but he's still pushing his cart. And I said, I'm not like Joseph. You should go down there once in a while, even if you can't run no more, and just tell him what you feel and what you know.
Oh, he's still voicing
you know what I mean?
He's still, people still look to him for sure. Definitely the Republican Party.
Yeah, I told him, hey, even if you can't run no more, fight back. Just tell him what's going on, man. And you've been there, you've done it, and you're old school, and they can't lie to you. You're history.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we talked, and he goes, I go, you know what they call me on the station? He goes, what they call you? He goes, they call me Kaduku, Baba. And he's like, whoa. And I told him about ocean mining and returning for oil and tip of despair and what talking. And he goes, where are you coming from? You in politics? I go, no. I just live here.
Right.
But he's good. Cool, man, and he's pretty old, man, and I wanted to ask him for his autograph because he's one of the oldest governors of this island right now.
Oh, and, man, anytime I see him or Governor Carl Gutierrez or some of these other people that, have shaped the island, with policy and whatnot, I don't know. I fanboy too. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's just so. I told him, I go, Joseph, this is so nice. I got to meet you.
Yeah,
it's been a long time, and your history, you're part of this island. You helped shape it, and go down there and voice your opinion. You can't say nothing. And who do you think should run for? I told him, I go, there used to lie. Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't know if she's running for Congress or for governor or for anything, but it'd be nice to have someone like her on the top, if you know what I mean. And she'd be a game changer. Frank Boss, or he's got, what's her name, Okada on his side?
Yes.
And she's a good lady, man. I think I went to school for her, and she's got everything it takes, but Frank Bloss, I don't know, he's got some dark issues. I'm just saying, I know him. That's the only thing that messes it up. But if Therese was to run, that's going to be a game changer, bro. It's going to be game over. You know what I mean?
There have been other people that have told me this too. So
yeah, it's going to be game ball. Game
I know where you're coming from.
Over, Frank. Wait till next election. But yeah, I didn't get to go to the hearing because I was going to head down and it started to rain and I'm on a bike. Probably I ride one of those cheap mountain bikes, but it gets me around and I'm stuck at Payless right now because it's raining hard up in Metkolas, man.
Yeah, I forgot.
Come down here and just do some shopping, get some pancakes, and then some of the stuff you can set it and forget it, and chow down.
Yeah, I forgot my raincoat. I got caught in the rain.
Because, man, I wish I had a kitchen and I had everything else. I'd buy me a T-bone steak, but it is what it is. And I thought I'd call you up. I'm standing right here at the entrance going in and out. People are looking at me like, who's that guy talking to? It's like, that's my friend Pauly Suba, man. One day, Pauly, you're going to run this island. You got what it takes. You can be a governor. You can be a lawyer. You can be anything you want to do. Because you got what it takes up there inside. You're smart.
You're too kind. Sometimes I don't even know how to get up out of bed.
That's okay, Pauly. The left didn't know what the right was doing either.
Hey, you're too kind, sir, but thank you so much for always calling in and sharing.
I'll call you. I just charge my phone, and I'm going to get head up in the top, and you have a nice day. Thanks for having me on the show, man.
Oh, thank you for calling in. Is this Mossy?
Okay.
All right, adios. 3:30, so this is what we'll do now is we'll take the break, and then on the other side we'll play the audio clip of Governor Lou Leonguerrero, also concerned, and she mentions this company, Impossible Meadows herself. So she's very aware of the companies that are out there that are looking to lease these deep sea seabeds and mine them for these not so rare minerals, right? 3:30 in the afternoon, Wave 105.
Your island, your conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. The Classic Double, Bacon Double, and Rodeo Double. The Classic features 2 flame grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The Bacon has pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the Rodeo, filled with melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Make it a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers, available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
Are you ready? The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is on, and it's your last chance to register. Attention all high school classes and clubs, you could win thousands of bucks in Guam's longest running video competition. Register now at power98.com. But hurry, registration ends this Sunday. All high school classes and clubs, it's time to step up. Registration is limited, so register now at power98.com. The 2026 Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by the Agania Shopping Center, the Bank of Guam, the Guam Army National Guard, and brought to you by Domino's Guam, Wave 105, Route 99 FM, and the station ready to give you thousands of dollars for your school class or club, Power 98.
Make your holidays brighter with mobile. Fuel up and win amazing prizes. Every $30 fuel purchase earns you electronic entries for 75,000 United Mileage Plus miles or a $1,000 mobile prepaid gas card. Want even more cheer? Fill up with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel and get 6 entries for every $30 purchase. Celebrate the season, fuel up with Synergy Supreme Plus, and let mobile make your holidays brighter. See mobile stations for details.
All right, welcome back. Biba Metkolas, it's Wednesday. 671-922-1051. If you haven't downloaded our Glimpses radio app, please do. All three radio stations are on it, right? You've got Wave 105, that's us. Our sister stations, Power 98, and also Route 99, all country, all day, every day, even on the weekends, right? And so you've got three radio stations on one app. That's the Glimpses radio app. Okay, so let's go to the Commission on Decolonization meeting that took place yesterday. You can find it on the Facebook account. It's called Guam Commission on Decolonization. And so this took place yesterday, right? So if you go on, you'll see a post on the Commission on Decolonization standing in support of the legislature's resolution on 132-38 calling for a moratorium on deep sea mining. And then right after that is the meeting. And so about 45 minutes in, the governor shares deep concern for the deep sea mining in our oceans because, again, she says Guam only controls waters from the shoreline out to 3 nautical miles. Beyond that, the authority belongs to the federal government. And so she shares that if the U.S. government decides to allow deep sea mining, then Guam's approval is not legally required. Guam's consent is not required. Mining could proceed over Guam's objections. And so this all has everything to do, again, with being a possession of the United States and being a U.S. territory. So, you ready to play that one?
Several, what I was going to mention is I've had several media people contact me, and they're actually watching this very closely, and primarily from Australia, because it's a very related issue for not just North Pacific, but South Pacific regions, right? So one of the things that they're connecting it with is a lack of a sovereign nation status, our lack, the fact that we are a U.S. territory. And one of the questions they ask is, what do you think is going to happen, Governor? I said, we are a U.S. territories. We don't have control politically and legally over our waters, except what is transmitted through the federal government, right? And so I was very blunt and frank saying, if they want to come in and do deep sea mining, they don't need us. They don't need our approval. They don't need our consent. Right. They can do that. Which I wouldn't put it past this federal administration that that's something that they can possibly have, that they have the capacity to do, and the force and the will to do. Maybe the fact that we are the primary defense area here might have some leverage with that kind of relationship. But I just wanted to say that that's being all tied together, which it does all tie together. Right. We don't have control of the EEZ, only from the coastal to 3 miles out. Right. I wanted the group to know that all 3 governors of the U.S. territories here, Governor Pula, Governor Apateng, and myself, are united in opposing deep sea mining. For several reasons, primarily that we don't have enough information, scientifically evidence-based science studies, to have a comfort level of protection of our marine life. Right. And tomorrow is going to be a really important conference because we invited, I think it's Dr. Drayson, And I saw him on a Zoom meeting where he did a workshop about deep sea mining. He's really good. I was very impressed. I learned a lot from him. I think he's out of University of Hawaii, but there are also people coming from American Samoa that's going to present, and Julianne is going to present. So we're going to have a really good discussion about the legal, what can we do legally. I just feel that we don't have strength in any of those areas, right? Because we are a U.S. Territory administered by the United States, and we have no legal power or legal right, only to say that, people that have control need to respect our civil rights and our rights to our waters, and respect our livelihood here with our fishery industry, and of course our marine life and the protection of our waters here. Once our waters are compromised in such a way that I think deep sea mining is going to compromise our seabeds, we're in deep trouble. We are in deep trouble in terms of our dependence, not just on the economy of what the waters can give to us, but also our sustenance and our substance and our subsistence, right? And I think that's why Cook Island recognizes this. They turned around their position, and they're also saying pause for now till we get more information. Nauru is the only one that's moving forward with it, but most of the islands in the South Pacific are united in saying, hey, we don't want you guys doing anything in our waters till we learn more about the science and the outcomes and strong, serious negative consequences in the disruption of our marine life here. So just keep that in mind as a board, that those discussions have been raised to a level of national attention and regional attention also. They asked me what.
All right. So, again, the governor stressing about the deep sea mining threats, marine ecosystems, fish populations, fishing industry, food security, long-term ocean health. That's something, too, when you think about health, right? You could, money isn't everything. You could be the richest person, right? But if you don't have your health, then money's not even going to be able to save you. We know of, Steve Jobs, right? One of the richest people with Apple. Money couldn't help it. Once you lose your health, that's it. That's game over. And so if we lose the health of our environment, then we're all in deep trouble. And that's why it makes sense that everybody is in government. There's one person, though, that, and Melvin Wampat is correct when he was also saying, hopefully we can get the Attorney General on board with this, too, because that's one of our leaders that isn't part of that one voice when it comes to banning deep sea mining. Because I think even, again, Senator Joe San Augustine, after hearing what a number of government agency heads were saying, BSP, Guam EPA, DOAG, the Office of the Governor, saying what could be the negative impact of this. It clearly outweighs any kind of financial gain, right? And so in this next audio clip, you're going to hear a little bit about that. You're going to hear, well, is there any financial gain? And how much financial gain? And so here's the other audio clip later on that addresses those concerns. And this, again, is the governor from yesterday's Commission on Decolonization meeting that was basically advocating for those listening and also board members to come to today's workshop over at the Guam Museum that is happening in about 15 minutes. And it all happens between 4 and 8 p.m. So that's the whole reason why she was bringing it up too. So you ready for this one?
I was looking at this article, and it's by this this company. I forget. I'll tell you their name. Anyway, they put out an article. It's called the company that's actually the forefront company for the leasing. They're called Impossible Metals, right? And they're the ones that have been working with the federal government, and they're talking about what the economic, they're saying that the benefits, and mind you, Guam is not listed in this public comment or in this RFI that the federal government is putting up, but our position is we are involved because the seabed that they're looking at extends almost into our waters. Well, there's no borders in the waters, so we will be greatly impacted also. But the sea mining isn't going to be in the Guam waters. It's going to be more in the CNMI east of the Marianas Trench, which is about 128 miles out from CNMI. And they're going to be impacted. But for us, we get impacted because just the effects of the seabed disruption will impact us. Plus the waters, they say the seabed extends between equidistance of Rota and Guam. So we're acting and we're responding like it is going to affect our waters, and it is going to. But what they're saying is that they will have 1% profit sharing. This is what they're offering for CNMI, 1% profit sharing to be paid by this Impossible Metals. Well, if you do 1% of 1 billion, that's $10 million. That's nothing for these people. And because of our status, we're not even at the table to negotiate any of this. This is all being negotiated between the U.S. And this Impossible Metals group. We're saying potential partnership in the sharing of the federal revenues from the leasing.
All right, so there you go, right? And so when I was listening, again, the governor was saying there is no evidence-based science proving deep-sea mining is safe, even with the new technology that is out there that Impossible Metals is positioning themselves to be, to have technology that is safe. It's all in the testing phase. And you had an attorney from Hawaii make that same statement on the record, right? And here's the thing. There are people, there's no doubt in my mind that there are people that are affiliated with Impossible Metals that are paying attention to the media. Maybe not this show, but paying attention to the media, paying attention to articles. And they know what is happening here in Guam and the CNMI. And so I'm going to go look at the I'm going to go look and see if there was anything. I don't think there was. I don't think that there was anything, any kind of testimony that was sent from Impossible Metals or somebody representing them, like even like a public information officer or a communications expert that said anything on their behalf. Because I'm pretty sure Senator Therese Terlai would have said that on the record, that we got something from a company like that. I don't think there is. Because when I saw, not all senators do this, but I appreciate when they do. When they have oversight over a public hearing, they'll send over to the media documents pertaining to a public hearing. They'll basically send media a shared Google Drive. And so you can click on that folder and you can look at what has already been sent over. And sometimes it's articles to that are connected to the issue or to the bill. And so when you look at some of the written testimonies that were sent by a number of... Here's Angelo Villagomez. This is very cool. Angelo Villagomez is the guy that had a conversation with Farron Tyron, the Guam guy. It's the podcast, it's the episode that we air right now until he gives us another one. Every third Friday of the month, you get a new episode of the Guam guy right here on Wave 105, right? And so the current podcast, the current episode is on deep sea mining, and it is with a conversation. It is a conversation with Angelo Villagomez, and so yeah, he sent one. I mean, this is public, right? So he says, well, it also includes Sheila Babauta and Maria Hernandez May, and he's a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress in Washington, D.C. So he says, on behalf of the undersigned petitioners, we are submitting our formal opposition to any plans for deep-sea mining in the waters surrounding the Mariana Islands. The petition represents the voices of over 1,000 signatories from Guam and the CNMI, joining thousands more across U.S. territories who stand united against unilateral federal proposals that disregard the rights, traditions, and well-being of indigenous and territorial communities. Deep seabed mining poses irreversible risks to our own ecosystem, our ocean ecosystem, cultural heritage, and future generations. We urge the Guam legislature to advocate for an immediate halt to any plans for deep-sea mining activities in our region, meaningful consultation with island communities, ensuring free, prior, and informed consent, investment in sustainable alternatives that protect our environment and support a just transition away from fossil fuels. And so, again, that's from Angelo Villagomez, Sheila Babauta, and Maria Hernandez May, that they sent their written testimony. There's a few names here that I recognize, but I don't see any from anybody representing Impossible Metals. And here's the thing. There's no doubt that they are tracking this, that they are tracking what is happening. The articles, the media outlets that are sharing, that are reporting on this, they're tracking it. And they're also tracking comments too. The reason why I have no doubt is because I've been able to also look at some comments and be like, who is this individual? And you can try it out too, and you tell me what you find. But they're sharing some of these, and I can't confirm that they are affiliated with Impossible Metals, but I can follow it all the way to LinkedIn. and so there are some connections. And so again, I think that they're very aware that there was a public hearing that took place today. So we'll see. Okay. So we're about 8 minutes away from the top of the hour, and we're going to transition to Oran Fino CHamoru with Sinot Ron laguana, where the next 2 hours are going to be all in tomorrow. So highly encourage you to check that out. It's all thanks to the University of Guam Tomorrow Studies program, who sponsors this. And so this has been going on for a while, and I'm just super appreciative that it gets to continue into the 2020s, into the new year, 2026, right? And so just want to again shout them out too. So don't forget that is happening in just a few short minutes, right? There's a couple other things too that I wanted to just get to before I get out of here. Let me see here. The Guam Preservation Trust put out a release on accepting applications for Project Shop. And so that stands for Supplies for Heritage-Oriented Projects. The project will support elementary, middle, and high school teachers to promote the history and culture of Guam in their classroom. Through a simple application, all public and private teachers in Guam will be eligible to apply for a $500 award and use the funds to purchase materials for an activity that will create projects and or activities for their classroom. Applications will be reviewed and ranked with the top 25 projects that are feasible and center around different aspects of Guam's history and culture. The project fulfills two proposed outcomes of the Guam Preservation Trust 2023-2027 strategic plan for fiscal year 2026. And these outcomes are Chamorro traditional and cultural knowledge and youth and education. The funds are expected to assist teachers to increase the capacity of heritage preservation and Chamorro traditional and cultural knowledge, especially by our youth in Guam's educational system. Teachers will have until January 31st, so the end of this month, to submit their application, which can be found at pacificpreservation.org/shop. And so I'm just going to take this and I am going to put it on, I'm going to highlight that on our YouTube link. And so you can go there and get more information. So funds will be awarded in early February and projects must be completed by the end of 2025-2026 school year. The statement from Sinot Joe Kanata, the Guam Preservation Trust Chief Program Officer, is he says, "Our island holds a rich tapestry of traditions, beliefs, and landmarks, and we hope that this heritage can be incorporated into the classrooms by our great educators. Every subject taught in the classroom has the capacity to teach a bit of Guam's history, culture, and heritage that will help preserve the narrative of our island. We look forward to engaging our educators and their students by assisting them in purchasing the supplies and that promotes this particular subject." And so again, you can submit your application. You can find the application again on pacificpreservation.org/shop, which I've already shared on our YouTube episode for today. And so if you just go to our YouTube channel, you can copy and paste and go there. And so finally, what I'll say too is Senator Chris Barnett, he had shared, he's very happy that there's one voice, a unified front on deep sea mining and how there's just not enough information, right? And he would like to see more of that when it comes to more of a unified voice when it comes to decolonization and some moral self-determination. And so that resonated with me too, because I wonder, where are we with that? I know Senator Will Parkinson put out a press release and saying, I have a bill, and why hasn't any committee picked it up for it to also have a public hearing. And whether that happens sooner than later, so be it. And I hope that there will be respectful discourse for sure on it, and thoughtful debate. But I do hope that a number of people show up, and that there is a unified voice on the fact that being a possession of the United States is not something that we should tolerate for much longer. And that's me saying, being a very proud American and grateful to be a U.S. citizen. But more and more we see that because of our status, we get overlooked. I mean, what also resonates with me is what Governor Lulian Guerrero says. She straight up says that they're just going to do it. She says this is why sovereignty and it is necessary. I just want to pull up the quote here because when she said it, I'm like, okay. And I haven't heard the governor say this on the record too many times, but it definitely was on the record. On deep sea mining, she says they're going to do it. They're going to lease it out. And so she's basically saying that Guam must fight politically, fight legally, and must fight as a unified voice. She says we have one united voice in this whole situation. We have to. 3:59 in the afternoon, we will take the break, and then on the other side, Sinot Ron laguana and Sinot Dave Herrera are going to be taking over for Oran Fino CHamoru. Once again, brought to you by the University of Guam CHamoru Studies Program. And so we'll do this. I mean, obviously, don't go anywhere. Stay here for Oran Fino CHamoru, and then we'll be back. Patty Arroyo should be back tomorrow, 6 to 10. And then you have another Brightside with Teo John and myself from 2 to 6 on Thursday. Everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on those roads.
Officials discussing a range of options for acquiring the territory.
CBS's Erica Brown with that.
The Trump administration has said Greenland is a national security priority for the United States, with officials discussing a range of options for acquiring the territory, including utilizing the U.S. military.
President Trump says Venezuela will be providing 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Venezuela will be a good investment for the American people to build up the infrastructure, to create a relationship where the oil produced in Venezuela could be helpful to the American economy.
But Trump critic, Republican Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, says he thinks the administration didn't have the authority to snatch up Maduro.
They kidnapped the president of another country. They claim to have taken over, Donald Trump does at least, taken over the operations of the country, and he's going to take over their oil. I mean, this is a war. This is the definition of war. These are acts of war.
One of the police officers early to the scene of a school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, is being tried for not responding quickly enough when it was clear the shooter was still active. CBS's Jason Allen is covering that.
Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. He's pleaded not guilty to those charges. He's one of 2 officers from that day who are facing criminal charges for their actions out of nearly 400 who responded to that school.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is freezing $10 billion in social service funding to 5 Democratic-run states. CBS's Allison Keys.
The Department of Health and Human Services says it is freezing billions in federal funding for social service programs in Minnesota, New York, Illinois, California, and Colorado. HHS says Democratic-led states and governors have been complicit in allowing massive amounts of fraud to occur under their watch, but offered no evidence.
Many doctors are aghast at the CDC's decision to stop recommending vaccines that protect children against a half dozen diseases. Here's CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Here's why experts are worried. When rules are clear, it's easier for doctors to follow them, for parents to understand them, and for kids to stay protected. When the rules get really complicated, as they are now, things can slip through the cracks. And fewer kids getting vaccinated means it's easier for diseases to spread.
One of the New York City's area's most notorious serial killers, Richard Cottingham, has now confessed to killing 18-year-old Alice Eberhardt in 1965. Cottingham's been in prison since 1981. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
A new study has found that babies born in the U.S. have a higher death rate than those born in other countries.
Researchers in Ontario looked at millions of births from 2016 to 2022.
Immigrant mothers had lower rates of infant death than non-immigrant mothers. And this difference was really highest in babies that were born full term.
Julia Maraca of McMaster University says those sudden unexpected infant death rates are often associated with unsafe sleep practices, exposure to smoking, or a lack of breastfeeding.
We don't know that any of these specific things are the reason why we're seeing the differences in immigrant versus non-immigrant term babies, but this is the place where we should start looking.
Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Pamela Smart's trying to have her conviction overturned, claiming her constitutional rights were violated. She was convicted of orchestrating the murder of her husband by her teenage student in 1990. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. European leaders are up in arms over President Trump's threat to take control of Greenland from Denmark. CBS's Erica Brown with that.
The Trump administration has said Greenland is a national security priority for the United States, with officials discussing a range of options for acquiring the territory, including utilizing the U.S. military.
President Trump says Venezuela will be providing 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Venezuela would be a good investment for the American people to build up the infrastructure to create a relationship where the oil produced in Venezuela could be helpful to the American economy.
But Trump critic, Republican Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, says he thinks the administration didn't have the authority to snatch up Maduro.
They kidnapped the president of another country. They claim to have taken over, Donald Trump does at least, taken over the operations of the country, and he's going to take over their oil. I mean, this is a war. This is the definition of war. These are acts of war.
One of the police officers early to the scene of a school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, is being tried for not responding quickly enough when it was clear the shooter was still active. CBS's Jason Allen is covering that.
Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. He's pleaded not guilty to those charges. He's one of 2 officers from that day who are facing criminal charges for their actions out of nearly 400 who responded to that school.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is freezing $10 billion in social service funding to 5 Democratic-run states. CBS's Allison Keys.
The Department of Health and Human Services says it is freezing billions in federal funding for social service programs in Minnesota, New York, Illinois, California, and Colorado. HHS says Democratic-led states and governors have been complicit in allowing massive amounts of fraud to occur under their watch, but offered no evidence.
Many doctors are aghast at the CDC's decision to stop recommending vaccines that protect children against a half dozen diseases. Here's CBS News medical contributor Dr. Shalene Gounder.
Here's why experts are worried. When rules are clear, it's easier for doctors to follow them, for parents to understand them, and for kids to stay protected. When the rules get really complicated, as they are now, things can slip through the cracks. And fewer kids getting vaccinated means it's easier for diseases to spread.
One of the New York City's area's most notorious serial killers, Richard Cottingham, has now confessed to killing 18-year-old Alice Eberhardt in 1965. Cottingham's been in prison since 1981. This is CBS News.
KGUM-FM, Dedido. Wave 105.1 FM, the talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Hi, today you're tuned into Wave 105.1 F on the Brightside. Oh shoot, this is not. 1 second. I totally did the wrong intro. This is the intro for Pauly Suba show, but right after this we have Oran Fino CHamoru, and I'm gonna get to the real traffic report. So sorry about that, guys. Going down to Upper Tumon. And I see Kmart. Looks pretty busy. Of course, Donkey Road, Airport Road. Tumon doesn't look too bad. It's a little trafficked up in the air, what you call that? The head traffic lights. Have mercy. ITC intersection looks busy as well. Hagatnya. Oh, what is this? Marine Corps Drive next to Pacific Welding Services looks backed up too. And I'll catch you guys at 5 o'clock for another Real Traffic Report. Thank you.
Islas Marianas, ni taputehi lenguaje, cultura, denloqui costumbreta. Fanogi, fan vanidoso, puritanota. Sagok bonito, dan rico todo, y historiota. Kung yan magokit, wagid sa hita, problemota. Loman met ku tau-tau tan ninahit nuas manyanata. Ta konta, konta, konta ikan CHamoru. Ta fan maguftalo, ta fan gimin na dayan fan mamodo.
Kita Marianas duka kinian sai panjadi songgwan.
Inafrasi, gina mastakilo, gihina soku, imastakulum, gikuda sonhu, zani masfigu, nanina sanyahu, hu afrasin maisadzu, parabai pretehi, zanhu defendi, ihinengi, ikultura, ilengwahi, airi, hanum zani tano tomorrow, ni arenshaku deretu gininazu ostata, esti hu fitma gihilu, biblia, zani benderahu, benderan guahan.
Biba! Minagov todo manau totono! hunggan selu hungo ketu parigi ni celuta celuta mata Pauly Suba hunggan manelu. Sumena magufna ni para todos hamzu jan half a day manatau tanu. Saludo para todi manelu jan manenahu ni mane kunguk pago na ora pat man garo sido mangagi ta loza. No pari jan nyora manenahu jan Diostia zuri para todo hunggan magani manomku manainata hunggan edzaba pues hunggan mane kungo kamzu gi programan CHamoru wini gi 105 FM pari gi FM logi FM gi pinu CHamoru Nina posibles din na programa ni Universidad Guahan dan si Matao Cody Lazama dan si Pauly Suba. Pues si Jus Marsi ni eno na oportunidad za mana fanopenit gini alay hay no pari. Pues hunggan está 19 minutos pasado a las 4. Pues mane kung kamzo gi programa CHamoru y Oran Fino dan si Ron Laguana dan si Celuta Hali si Dave Ferreira. Pari, saludos na fade, pari.
Saludos, bendición para todo mani ikung permani luta kumpale giza Island Marianas zani todo mundo.
Ngani kon todo islas magay gisang katan. Mane kung kamzo mane lupa sangin gua punto menalago medyo partari diskuti fanaga nga holom. Este na numero 922-1051. Sa mga malefa na 4 na 671. Pues ang ginafamos dan sentaza mas pari malazata diskuti no i malofan ni durante ni semana lo era mas pago gua diskutasyon pari legislatura no put isti mangguado gi tadung tasita no pari
na pwede fondo ni tasi no baha no mo alaba gua kumontra za todi ta hungu pago gi legislatura kana todo doa como contrezi para maguado que matingan ipapaitasi no
implementación pari tabdung gi za atana now za at i problema no pari gi isi igina natano na ni estauta sa kalan tano i Estados Unidos ini gi de Victoria za emana atana taripara talia si Presidente Trump esta malalago na po fan hot me otro na tono fera di Venezuela por hot me pagos ta Denmark pues peligro eno na kasin hinengi ni paron fan hot me tono lo guanay puntonya razonnya za mucho mas masasangan put i bineno padusino ilanya tagini lo enigi lo tiporo para no tata famara put para ta mungai nezu ta konsigi na para ta kontra no pari enigi magain
unggan ne
sa podunggi ini fresi pari para ta protehi i tasi zanitano podunggi unugi seti na elementu za mucho mas i tasi za enigi lignia na distansanya kalan mas di 50 millas distansanya di Taiguina Tinago Isla Taguahan Estaulu Luta kasi 50 millas itu pari na distansya lo paragatu hujung gi kaka no pari ji na taalo kiti na dong
i trends
nai nai
trends ki film CHamoru
nai trangka yes hanya no ay tita no lo ikanat
tadung na kanat 7 millas
na tinadung pari za eno na kanat sinetsip sup tanto langa kaji dangkulo napo no
unggan
pues pari Edzigi talo mas gwen ay zazun na kapazero tana falofan pare hagofan pasin mananata
gwelo zangwela no donklu na agradecimento na una fan huhungo kama ni espiritu mizo za gua bisita gi alam linalay hay si piling i luta no ni no fumat non gwit lokwi ni megay na todung na finu hila na nota finu CHamoru.
Esta za consegui.
Buenos días. O buenas tardes esta no.
Buenas tardes. Yeah.
Buenas piling.
Afare. Eh? Kugagaw.
Honggan?
Yeah. Hohongga, no. Klaro.
Kanana yung ginimog eh.
Uutsan gid sa papa.
Tungo apa no pisisunia ng paroma brota nina.
Oh, paroma brota?
Pamatuli nina.
Oo, nay. Mina no zip pumamain dili nga no si Pili.
Ay, Mina.
Oy, Mina.
Mina.
Esto
Molik
to.
no. Office nintemo nezu piling.
No, mantilisao, manganis, maketiru koy, manganis kwa nung tagi magnet dan di afternoon na unay.
Onggan.
Bisa bigyan tilisao niya. Tawda lulukis lagi gilogo.
Ay, di putsi za
Masoda na estima na banda Marianas na bula manganis.
Yan.
Mausar palulok.
Office nintemo nezu piling kalantaza tisina ta goza no Estados Unidos tisina ta goza sa taza pudetta.
Taza pudetta no Itasi right. Gua mi vida ni distieda na matay inapo. Alum di inay. No todo hutong itong sinira. Pareha dan ni Saduk.
Eso ni Federat no talo ni Saduk.
Federat siya kumunso.
Ay hanum na. Ay hanum na. Tawda gaya ju hanum Ferrari. Siya
na.
Zanggin.
Haga seno na lai distiado na mapausa yung ganik ak. Sige po mababa ganik ak.
Hunggan.
Lo agin kuprendi na. Todo di siya man mapanyago. Di until yung mapausa yung ganik ak. US citizen, American citizen, US citizen sa no Kongreso ng Amerika na pumasa.
Oh, stazo.
Toda di siya manapanago until the Organic Act adigi siya man US citizen American citizen. Kasi isturama na siya guam no bionia until the mapausa Organic Act. Sila mo US citizen dawagin marofan esta ibili jaita right. So sa makto maugi ginin youtube tauno makto maugi za paro mahula po panhula na po US citizen diniretso sa no i-federal kumuntukso no sir.
Unggan magahit.
Sa no isina man US American US citizen na titas gini Kongreso ng Amerika na ito na US Congress maalok. Isa da tita na US Congress. Diba na biyahe na hula kumuprendi hapta mano na paro man hula ni pagwaman mapato mawagin na pan US citizen ni federal na kumuntroso.
Unggat din at siya na ma-naturalize, no? Man manai na dyan no question ko matungo hazi no presidente o fatutuhon niya Amerikano. Dispes na district court humula siyempre, no?
Bili district court na?
Yeah.
Ano muna district court no sa federal na no mapapasi siya district court.
Federal.
Zama mo para independente Guam piling office nintemo zangin independente tagwi Palau pat tagwi Pilipinas pat tagwi no
bawa masya bawa na
na estado na maulikado do edi manatati siya. Ipabaisili no mapudo saungan na mauno malago sa ti Malagoa sa estay timpoku malmalopan.
Ngunay.
Si Manhobe na paugo di sige no di mauno na direksyon Alagonia.
Puda.
Sige na problema. Bula siya no pamilakta. Alas kisto manggagi gimilita. Alas tabo gimilita. Tutungo hawde do Commandant-in-Chief. Tutungo ko Presidente do Commander. Ada do Commander i-Kapitan.
Pagod
tunga. Paano ba no saungan na malupan mamamistitopi. Naita ni CHamoru na nakikita mo mapini-English, isa na mahalo mo militar, o kikita mo lingwahe niya, tali isindaw ni militar.
Dos na palabra untungo no ifinu CHamoru, finu Amerikano, zan finu militar. Tres no, zan fumuno Vietnamese ane guahad didi no, siyempre
kagati tao bom tapten na tempo.
Lo put him
lo anay nauda no Vietnam unrota no bi sa kota na Manila na tao nga na di mapus ya mapitinansyon na di maolog no expeditionary reassignment. Ako ato na no diyan di North Korea dan South Korea. Sabi na tempo naman malulupan na ang manggagwadog no liga ni North Korean. Sabi na tempo in 1968-69 na tempo sabiya sa estige na alo si North and South Korea. Ceasefire ay to the Mampas, right? Ceasefire agreement na. Kasi ni masa ngayon in North Korea siya kakapapay sa.
Lo piligro niya pa ako sa presidente ta. Tana, kihat mi pa ako Denmark lang niya po tsuli. Sa kita po inaregla Venezuela. Japes dinya talo manggiray kita Iran. Tanah nai.
Venezuela nai na esta matutun.
Nai lo paragri.
Wa maunde.
Nai lo gija hungi para uminagasi ju. Gija para mamagas. Gija po fanaregla.
Para umunea no.
Manea todo.
Esta dictora na gija no.
Gija magas. Hanay
naluan sa
matucinya.
Hanay. Si Presidente tauda tumungo hafta manu apa institucional ni para apa po.
Hanay gyalamilunya.
Dana sa iga na dana mositan.
Dana mangasi. Nagida mas malati.
Lo Abdullah Donald Secretary of War.
Nai?
Si Hexef.
Mata juga. Mata nai jugi. Tres meses tati pare. Mambisita nai.
Mata mau juga.
Staba jagigigut ni ji siya man dong kulun botku siya. Tunasup. Piling, mata ju.
Daw tunggu Taiwan ni China siya waktu no poketsuli Taiwan.
Lo mata ju gini.
Piling.
Tua wadu retired kerlua. Adi mamanda i 4-star general. Ang lilingi posta general ni ang eskwela sa bigi officer candidate school. Kaya gani admiral.
Oh, admiralty, no?
Admiral.
Zangin independenti Guam no piling tiningo musta na megay tiningo zan eksperyensya. Zangin gayyo gi 18 anyos mon pagu. Afa zamu paraun ata ni speus ni para malik ki famagonta gi man mamamayla na 100 anyos. Afa zamu na plano zangin independenti Guam. Ni para wala.
Sige malago.
Sa
sige man matto maugin na tao sa ni gininotu lugar.
Okay. Está
Gili Miguel na o tao banda ki efekto tao ni CHamoru. Ano nata ni tenda siya. Konto na CHamoru manitinda manitinda tao da inalaan tungo wa CHamoru tumitinda.
Ano?
Ura di maolog mamsam pop.
Di pareho nantis.
Pes iplano mo, afay mo na plano para tanak fan skwela fa maguun no zo fan independenti gi kumitsat na wego no kalantagwi in mementa in lugar di fan mana sa todo iskwelanti na ta fan anak gwi na fan eskwela zen fan matsotsu lo itsi no izilik niya fan eskwela zen fan kumitsanti pes ezilelek
Esigi tungo gamagaya si tatanyam dun si Sorry sa lapte gini ni mapatikilas ng business niya manaano kasi tanong niya.
Gan.
Dinansyo.
O kuka gini sumosaga mapausi business license dan tax do direktur niya manaano kasi tanong niya.
Dinansyo, bisa di container ni manahalum ni para sapatos, magago, sinina, no, pari?
Todo efectus,
bulag ginin Sina, no?
Ginin Sina, lao.
Bulag lokwi ginin Amerika na cotton, latarias, no, pan.
Sada.
Itsada, baha, no, timegay sumasaga, Guam.
Ginari trustee, si candidate siya, tanah siya, gini Jise kadit semnak. Toda no siya ginin Sina magi.
Na.
Pes jangin 18 pa ko na edad ni menhalum tiningo mo zan eksperyensya afa zamu na plano ni para Island Marianas pa Island Guamon. O tahutsu ni ikelat no o tanak fanhalum mas megay zat sustenya hita tagoti.
Nisita tagur gusto metan ni CHamoru. Ilengguay dan ni ginahasta lagi ni.
Ikut tura no, ezi asangan si Pali in Fresi.
Laina na si Ron tumunga si. Zoko great grandson na. Miskekira si CHamoru. Ano faisi gini gap na like what's your CHamoru name niya Palaksi?
Maulik Palaksi.
Mapaot.
Palaksi.
Mapaot.
Sige mafanaan na yung mapapaot manay nam niya.
Tagi matapang.
Manaan sa mga
ulo. Lagi finit CHamoru.
Mapaot.
The finance saunus ay na na doktor ko what's your CHamoru name niya Palaksi.
Lo Fino CHamoru ziya, no, piling. Basta ma-feeling lisi, kwentusya, kaya natural na manera.
Yung sangan na likuketo. Basta malaguga ito sa ikaresta.
Sa 3 años sa. Maulik. Sa mangye, no, hindi po nuhungog sa pondili, no, siya hindi kikipot ko na para manaafino amso.
Kumaliyo na atugunga doon sa tok-tok.
Nige,
pinako na.
Nige, mangye, nige. Lo,
Bisa discuss
lo, edi menciona si Parin Dave gini si Ali na i problema gini atana taliya hasta minute got niya i presidente. Zagi aatan mo na kumuto magiginya mo na gi 3 años gi mamala tempo kalan matu tempon ira sa itinigogong niya ifinalagugon niya zani kinalam tete niya kalan ay manamko na ifina si difunto na song na like problema mundo gi mamala na tempo. Za atana aatan gini para tanota parin na sa pwede naman gaigit na gitadudong ujung na za Pacifico na za estaman matu 5 minute na Marines na isindalo siya pari za gaigi insuto gi za China za ginoti Korea za mano na kumusigya busca plaito sinya taalok na minimum teritoryo dyan lugar itasi mismo itasi pari po magasi na sinya mafuna sa talo gini pari manafan honwet para fino jisi si kaduku gara pura karena mano ganya kansasun lagnya Kentucky
ya
gatu manafan honwet gatu todogi za Kentucky jao mana interimentis di natono para tininuk jan gemupun batku nairi jan sagan batku todo enigi natatanaw gi sinya gi 30 pat 50 años na mamela tempo ejigi utimota
unasu iliknya ni si advogado no si Santos na
no y 4 años na tempo na luhan do gigo na 8 presidente siguro na
enigi magay na lo pwede na magay sa S3 onisa tanapin na niya malofan na presidente za esta kikihat mi todos ta mana minalagot niya
hagasa na dinanchwa Paris and Piling na ikustumbre ni disti iene 1898 no ni gumera Espanyol za ni Amerikano. Amerikano ilik niya na no todo i gwinahan niya Espanyol para utsuli no Guam, Puerto Rico no CNMI. Pesta goti tano. Pesta na hinasu zang costumbre no disti 1776 no.
Rodo Mariana no German.
Ungan. Lo pago na esta pago Amerikano no sa Trust Territory. Lo i costumbre nasilik niya manamko na malay tsura esta suputura no. In other words, antay costumbre niya tauto za UNESCO za umiddi za UNESCO sta kifinatay niya. Pago zang dakun ni tauto zang gindakun pesaki. Za i presidente pago na kwa ko kada ko bentus 10 right. Fesezile lekuna ikustumbre di apaka para susteni itano mapuno todo i Indian natibo
natibo iman lasa satilong
sa disti European no siga disti tati disti tan ane Jesus Cristo gaigi
tepunan tesoris
right disti ezo siga itano sa itano gaigi na stabay linya no para oro para
manganis pago ilannya dan pogi manganis
stabay si bozo sa dan ni Aarhus
bisa Spanta na Canada
lo toda sta pago na nasiones ki mundo umaatanit na timaangok i Estados Unidos bidadanya pagos din na presidente na seserbi i Fetsata sa in Estados Unidos mas metgut pakinya balannya gientero it mundo pare tayi balan mas poti pare
i nitrogen bomb
nigi bomban peligro
the tres mangaizo nitrogen bomb is the atomic bomb
Di bomba manfunas.
Itzinu, Gaizu, i Rashanu, za Americano.
Zaniloki no Korea.
Magahi.
Lo pari, piling sa gwalay gwa ochu bisitata ochu lo mala zata taza gwa zata hungok ka zon sagi talungon lo tatalufan piling ko mo mabababa na ay alay no. Esta, pues Jesus Mosi.
Hahasuan dependante na piling.
Hahasu talo punto mo.
Por favor. Adiós.
Esta, Jesus Mosi. Esta las dos. Esta, pues mala, pari na
Guelu zanguela gua tak lu bisitanta si anonymous.
Ay.
Si mafakdas ti. Hafa tataman amzu.
Buenas, Audisti,
Matak nga.
Si mafakda na eh.
Mafakda.
Buenas dias.
Dave and si Ron.
Buenas,
Jesus Mosi.
Presidente.
Ha?
Man makpo no benani.
Anige magaito.
Often.
Esta pisaga that the quick windows later.
Okay.
No, hafa na mo.
Todo itaw mo na.
Anay, talomin.
The top man, ningget itu patin niya.
Anige, lo mafakdas, inan mo.
Bonita na ang gustizi no afusunan niya no Matlag pinigan za figan na pinigan buenos dias.
That's it, baby. It's anyway.
Figan
espiritu.
Later, ha?
Safa, continua.
Na later na teliki this is gonna happen.
Gidis pues sa tamam utumonya. Utumonya.
Espiritu ilelek mo no, mafada.
Sungan nyo nesti sa.
Mana para.
Tungo estao observer tori tao interview ne.
Yeah.
Basically kafa na masungon nyo nga eliminated yun na tao presidente. Veterano. Oh my God.
Para hukog no binanya.
Ha?
Para hukog. Makpo ino binanya.
Panaposta. Tugafa dilele ko, the third time is the charm. Siga zo. Abuskay tao to. Nanga.
Anay mo tu.
Teniki makpo ino binanya.
Gini ni spiritu no, mafada no.
Sto someone todo gini toti tao mo na.
Malek.
Hani na ni sitay a judo.
Malek nyo ato.
So kita lusti tao ta.
Anay.
Ito mo.
Nay.
Sita todo do sita fan fila da
Taagan ni gwela za ni gwela no, chelo.
Esto agan samon.
Ta kontra ipiligro.
Usesentia
Masta ran estina kumbalati.
Anay.
Man ni tauta man masapit. Matungo afa po matso.
Nige na magay ni.
Matungo haji pula like wini imilita.
Anay magay ni.
Steve Guam is gonna turn into afa grade
perfect to be
retirement home. Bulas ta militar man invest gini. Kasi tauta man mapus ta man homeless. Afa siya po matso.
Nige na magay.
Ito, ulilis din sa visionaryo.
Manliliyaw.
Uliliw. Wifi.
Wifi.
Wifi. Nasusunganin yung wifi di tsunami. Tiwawa. Bula tao. Utungo sti. Naliko, okay na, uliya. Jupis na nga. Nenggera. Naliko, okay, aga ni tao tagi. Tati siya na. Tao tati. Sige mo na gini doon na juda ikilisdaw no siya. Tipatama fa si hefkaw talo. Ibera susta. Wow, tawad sa ku worry. Este man natati man mas.
Gan magay raw.
Man maasyo ni siya. At matungoy ni la. Man masapit, man
manatsaga na loki sa
Loti mahahasu na nababay tempo ni mapmayla.
Nay.
Sige man mumo sa tunga fino si kaduko. Tepedzi domo window sa nuclear Pes no para baano na patafan malago.
Niye.
Pes para fight military ang patafan mapuno.
Nay.
Afa balinya military and po paket pa.
Bomba.
Ay, bomba na ipes man
Mafuna si manmalingwe na. Mangkinano la sosta todo hinagongta.
It happened in Japan.
Anay magay ni.
It's worse now.
Sige, sa masihudit, hita finene na para mapaki mogi.
Inisita tanoto fan manhaso. Sa baba sta uli na baba manama si.
Esta para magwaduki loki tasita sa titatungo haji po sinegwi. Sina titatungo nanan si papa bomba.
So binayju. No nenge di patenya tapman. Eza papisongan sa sta suno nesti ni mafa gaga todo ni matsaki tanota ma poison ni hano
magay di hano.
Mustard gas todo sti. Man malongo dati ma-compensate. Even in the World War II, tungo had nasa si Madeline at suli sa lapi da pasi ni itauto ni sa lapita. Nasa do.
War reparation sa...
You know what I mean? David pata spear di sa panis ni tumok with zulo aye.
David sa panis o inapasiji.
O imilitar sa Steve.
Anay para militar na federal na. Lo mausa sa section 30 na salapi pare. Sige na no na. Section 30 na salapi ni gini ni. Section 30 ay.
Masakit ori tanot na man masasapit tao ta man malago ta compensation.
Guaguan todo
sige tamano siya tao to panla ikilisado gyud.
Ni tisinya mampeska talo.
Ay testa siga tanikin lina siga. Mo na ti mantungo sa tao pa po mato.
Anay atana hasta tisinya mampeska pare gi 5 siya na lugar. Atana na no. Ni atana na no lo suka mampeska para na niya ti manasinya. Sa gida tomo medzegi na pumepeska zo pare no tisinya zo pago pumeska gi. Peskan pisaw dan talaza lo titatala zo pare papaki gado totok sa. Totok sa.
Tamano itaw to po fanlock
na. Nay magay ni. Janna tiningo ta mafanabetta.
Even
ay look hita ganita.
Apa na matutuso. Dengan tinahong ni tek niya. Set income.
Duro pa ako na.
So, the 70s din na tao to, the siga matutsu. No, lenga fa, na pitso, wile ko.
Kalala nga.
Man.
70?
Asasangan ga un persona na. Sisigya matutsu, za 70 anyos. Ja hafagi po tsogi, ne, po sigya matutsu.
Yan, tinahong ni Bill.
Ni po fanapasi, dibi.
Wah siya tuho, Bill. Wah tiningo siya, Bill, mafadda. Si Bill Slaw.
Ula Bill. Kasi event kung mahulog ito nga happen, man homeless. Bula tao ta man dedeha galong tano.
Usat timalangak no igima.
Manay lihing.
Man malingo lang sa timalanga di mortgage.
Makat magard.
Man nama si man ay tugos ta hafas tilo. Esta like I said, someone itautomo na todo to address na spisa. At tao.
Lamin.
Dano. You know, sa matunga fa pumatsogi. Tago si Pauly Suba don reglas ti Pauly sa afait ta tsogi. Itaw-taw ta gi halong tano man dedeha. Okay? Sita gua umafa mauli ke Stephen no kaduku. Afay, you know, no baba tempo. Estiman mamalala. No, naman si.
Matutinya.
Tasanya manggago. Naman nafagrid no.
Manlalay.
You know, si manlalago man matsutsu.
Nay magayraw talo na no, sayang no.
Kefa nagwi mo lansu, di man interesaw.
Lo suka padas ombisezo ni pun fan lonsu masakengwa no tanawo loki masakengwa zo mi papadao ni sedda kui gaw manuk siya ni pupuk siya para nao masakengwan
auntie's name is it memorial man gwagwalo hami after school
giri
there's no linga sinanaw Sige masakegwan matuwa layan na pusakan.
Anay.
Maasi day sinanaw daling nga bastay. Tuwa man lancha mi yadi memorial nay.
Anay.
Oy, memorial. Ana lugar?
Afa balita.
Ulo zigo.
Afa patatsowi. Manyalang itaw to.
Manalang na yan.
Oh, ito na
Ana
masasakya,
masakya
no?
tedkin hasu. Polo day sa nyalang ibikilis dano.
Hindi lo. Fino si afadu si piling na. Gana susudagi kontun to salan na mabibendi.
Zai kusak sudan niya.
Aku seseta.
Sa guata ota bendi no malingoy daw niya bush cutter, right?
Yeah.
Mano pa flea market ali daw niya bush cutter na mabibendi.
Oh,
Sanya na yung benti drugs ito siya na.
Anay, ibineno.
Ang drug na yun, tauta todi, patanos niya sa masa.
Loat man no stinatset no di manyaki no distias Adam and Eve nasa ni niya si Kristo.
Ay lo masadit pago pare.
Adit.
Masadit pago.
Adit. You know, babay tempo step isingon niya sa research gato gi UOG tamano afata ti makto di bako afata tsokwi.
Nanay.
Gusto afa bidania man barter.
Oh,
Tulaika
no?
Mana atulaika.
Atulaika and guaho, cucumber, the guaho, no, eggplant. Basta, sa tawta sa lapi.
Guyan dyan ni
Even, sinong di man mafufut sa man mangumplet-plain. Iko, hey, sweat yaw sa mafufut sa man mangumplet-plain, no?
Dongkulo na zudo, no?
Mangumplet-plain na tinahungwi. Pero sige, fatsotso.
Right.
Ngayon po fangumplet, public health, like, tinikidaw, masingonya. Ano ng fatsotso?
Right. Pero sa sinya, na zati inutit, no? Zati
ang siga, mamalago gitalan, you know, mga galavanta, pasinya, matsotso.
Pumasyando. Sige, pumasyando.
Bonito na galavanta.
Sige, gitalan, eh.
Anay, pero siga man ilaw, gimataw-taw. Pero mali, sige na malibos kader, sa bahagmya. Gibi na niya pare.
Maiilaw.
Dani manay man niya, tsuka gwa camera, gi mali di maninis panta.
Matsuliay camera.
Mano na no ay siya maata na rato. Maata na.
Landik na.
Todi kandid loki pare ji kandid senak.
Ya.
Iningok ko man maplapanta ujung gi bejai pa fanan masakenggan todo.
Ikandid no solar.
Sige siya.
Kandid somnak.
Ya, kandid somnak na ju pare.
Da bulan na tauto sa nidong fenoko.
Nay.
Man
malago matsotso.
Man gago na si gagolitis.
Gagoritis.
Si man okay ta juda siya. Bes ko kato sa niyo sa stop. Afa dem pinalagya gasta tamo. Lo drugs na
sa veneno.
Minot di da.
Turkey di John brain na.
Titanus.
Esta man amku no mafadda o man hobi na yung kwintutusi man amku.
150 siya na tauto.
Esta man toa.
Esta man gaidat.
Man gaidat dali ko. Lanya ta kisini to pa sa ngali nga ikaritanya ta gas. Dali ko bes bendi kareta gwa so hano pa man gas.
Ang bisenigi hiningok ko loki ban gwasya na kumeke mama fefesas po famalago para mahot na ji mayor na mahot na.
Yeah.
Dahil ji tauta munga unggi sa bula tauta mamifila sempigi opisina niya tsuka manggay kibli man makta sa manggago. Tsuka manggay kibli manggago wa loki sa pidi mahot gwi.
Hana sila yung sirani ko hano din apply pa mayor nga mungagi corruption ikaw lang nga mungagi no pumaygo ang pay sa bula corruption leko todo sa corruption mano ni hadi tapega yalom even in Congress todo man corruption affect that so we you know but nisiten san lot la spiam pain tamano tin san lot la it's again no usrani di mayor nisita fan tawgus ti siya tawto to fan mananum. Basta man manyaki.
Manay respeto.
Manay ani mo no.
Dago magustungo anesta pasakan.
Esta matulog ko to ka na kalan si mapapatsa sa bulagaw galaw.
Anigi.
Security guard sungali na boboka sa security guard. Even edyo ganun mapuni iga logo sa
yung gan. Sa makano loki ka logo.
Why good?
Pari makapkan ni kalau gu pari ji.
Enggak,
Yori
nasa na inolo.
chocolati ai kulot chocolati zanya.
Ni man hobin
Oh, yeah.
Ji tahu ututano utusiana rasa.
Ay, edi antis na Ron.
Ah.
Edi House of Chin ni lekumang bagwalu amin ay. Pes in deliver di Cancun and Hoffa siya na para pes monog sa tati. Uli na mapupuni katu.
Ikatu hunggan ikatu.
Oh.
Sino?
Sa apakah kakaknya no? Kalam pareha da manok ne.
Agas benti takano da titatungo.
Tatatungo sa manazi todo ni
House of Chin sige no.
Sa kita morning ne pari manazi ni ya zini moto do gaipo. Po pinino sa pues manazi ni todo ni atinia po pinino. Per manapika pada zaman napika za mosmon ngi.
Todi snake makapano.
Ikulep lah.
Oh, mas tu papa.
Okay, señora, tamam sa mati ora para enus, no?
Esta mafadda si Zeus
masih na gamna don tatalufan magi.
Adios.
Esta za pes para yungan atana. Tawagang si Zeus masi si mafadda, no?
Guella zan guello.
No, adzigi pes esta sa tanay na tatanya si Teo gamagi pes. Manelo manay kungo kamzo gi programan CHamoru. Pes tam bedet tatigi después de este. Sia na mensahe.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. European leaders are up in arms over President Trump's threat to take control of Greenland from Denmark. CBS's Erica Brown with that.
The Trump administration has said Greenland is a national security priority for the United States, with officials discussing a range of options for acquiring the territory, including utilizing the U.S. military.
President Trump says Venezuela will be providing 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Venezuela would be a good investment for the American people to build up the infrastructure to create a relationship where the oil produced in Venezuela could be helpful to the American economy.
But Trump critic, Republican Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, says he thinks the administration didn't have the authority to snatch up Maduro.
They kidnapped the president of another country. They claim to have taken over, Donald Trump does at least, taken over the operations of the country, and he's going to take over their oil. I mean, this is a war. This is the definition of war. These are acts of war.
One of the police officers early to the scene of a school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, is being tried for not responding quickly enough when it was clear the shooter was still active. CBS's Jason Allen is covering that.
Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. He's pleaded not guilty to those charges. He's one of 2 officers from that day who are facing criminal charges for their actions out of nearly 400 who responded to that school.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is freezing $10 billion in social service funding to 5 Democratic-run states. CBS's Allison Keys.
The Department of Health and Human Services says it is freezing billions in federal funding for social service programs in Minnesota, New York, Illinois, California, and Colorado. HHS says Democratic-led states and governors have been complicit in allowing massive amounts of fraud to occur under their watch, but offered no evidence.
Many doctors are aghast at the CDC's decision to stop recommending vaccines that protect children against a half-dozen diseases. Here's CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Here's why experts are worried. When rules are clear, it's easier for doctors to follow them, for parents to understand them, and for kids to stay protected. When the rules get really complicated, as they are now, things can slip through the cracks. And fewer kids getting vaccinated means it's easier for diseases to spread.
One of the New York City's area's most notorious serial killers, Richard Cottingham, has now confessed to killing 18-year-old Alice Eberhardt in 1965. Cottingham's been in prison since 1981. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
A new study has found that babies born in the U.S. have a higher death rate than those born in other countries.
Researchers in Ontario looked at millions of births from 2016 to 2022.
Immigrant mothers had lower rates of infant death than non-immigrant mothers. And this difference was really highest in babies that were born full term.
Julia Maraca of McMaster University says those sudden unexpected infant death rates are often associated with unsafe sleep practices, exposure to smoking, or a lack of breastfeeding.
We don't know that any of these specific things are the reason why we're seeing the differences in immigrant versus non-immigrant term babies, but this is the place where we should start looking.
Tammy McCormick, CBS News.
Pamela Smart's trying to have her conviction overturned, claiming her constitutional rights were violated. She was convicted of orchestrating the murder of her husband by her teenage student in 1990. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. European leaders are up in arms over President Trump's threat to take control of Greenland from Denmark. CBS's Erica Brown with that.
The Trump administration has said Greenland is a national security priority for the United States, with officials discussing a range of options for acquiring the territory, including utilizing the U.S. military.
President Trump says Venezuela will be providing 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Venezuela would be a good investment for the American people to build up the infrastructure to create a relationship where the oil produced in Venezuela could be helpful to the American economy.
But Trump critic, Republican Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, says he thinks the administration didn't have the authority to snatch up Maduro.
They kidnapped the president of another country. They claim to have taken over, Donald Trump does at least, taken over the operations of the country, and he's going to take over their oil. I mean, this is a war. This is the definition of war. These are acts of war.
One of the police officers early to the scene of a school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, is being tried for not responding quickly enough when it was clear the shooter was still active. CBS's Jason Allen is covering that.
Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child. He's pleaded not guilty to those charges. He's one of 2 officers from that day who are facing criminal charges for their actions out of nearly 400 who responded to that school.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is freezing $10 billion in social service funding to 5 Democratic-run states. CBS's Allison Keys.
The Department of Health and Human Services says it is freezing billions in federal funding for social service programs in Minnesota, New York, Illinois, California, and Colorado. HHS says Democratic-led states and governors have been complicit in allowing massive amounts of fraud to occur under their watch, but offered no evidence.
Many doctors are aghast at the CDC's decision to stop recommending vaccines that protect children against a half-dozen diseases. Here's CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
Here's why experts are worried. When rules are clear, it's easier for doctors to follow them, for parents to understand them, and for kids to stay protected. When the rules get really complicated, as they are now, things can slip through the cracks. And fewer kids getting vaccinated means it's easier for diseases to spread.
One of the New York City's area's most notorious serial killers, Richard Cottingham, has now confessed to killing 18-year-old Alice Eberhard in 1965. Cottingham's been in prison since 1981. This is CBS News.
GUM-FM, Dedido. Powered by Glimpses Media. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Hi, for you're tuning to Wave 105.1 FM for your Real Dude Traffic Report. This Real Dude Traffic Report is sponsored by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 478 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautоспot.com. Guam Auto Spot 478 Auto. Also sponsored by Mobile Oil Guam. Fuel your drive with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel for your chance at Mobile prepaid gas card or 75,000 United Mileage Plus miles. Visit mobile stations for more details. And let's see what we got for 5:08 p.m. for your last Real Dude Traffic Report. So I'm looking at Dedido right now, and it's kind of spotty, and I see Payless is a little busy with traffic. Let's go down a little more. I see GTA Call Center, Guam Early Childhood and Caregivers Academy. Of course, going down to the mall looks busy as well. Hamburger Road, so a little more further down, Marine Corps Drive, Route 1. Nissan Guam doesn't look too bad in Tumon if you guys want to skip Kmart traffic and the ITC intersection and Airport Road. You can go Tumon way. Yeah, that whole Marine Corps Drive looks very backed up, and even in Hagatnya, Moses Joint, intersection with the Ganesh Shopping Center and Superior Court of Guam looks busy as well. Nothing too concerning in Manila and Bergada, and nothing too concerning down south. So that'll be your last Real Dude Traffic Report of the day. Right after this, we have Oran Fino CHamoru. So stay tuned and enjoy the show.
Yes, is Erica Brown with that.
Esta zo. San Edzova, Maniluza Manenao. A continua e programata. Mensahe para todos hamzo ni manggagigi katsada. Halay sinturon mo ang kandaloy at bidas, bunga maninalula. Ribahin na na midzo sa gefatan mo na isinigon mo. Bunga de man telefon sa man Facebook, para sino man tweet, no gidurante ni sinigon mo. Botsa telepon mo para sino sagan alum geno gi tukadot kareta. Patsa ang giyong banda, so naten di sinigon mo. Zangi inu chan geno na panila kandet mo chan despacito mo na. Cosa quisinya matem mo gisafu na manera. Sa esta hora retira Paulo, no? Saludo para todos hamzo ni mane kung gi 14 na islas si Marianas, mucho más si islas si Sangkatan. Watu gizaluta, tinian sa ipan na kumuhinago watu, agriga na nataan na lamagan, pagan zan ni zama mao. Saludo loki para tori manatibo siya ni maneeko gisan lago. Mucho más, watu giza Hawaii, Washington, Texas, Oregon, Colorado, Paris, California, Arizona, dan Florida, zagi intero Estados Unidos, dan para todos hamzo, ni mane kung gintero it mundo. Jawa lokin na pabi saluda, tanayan mo para tori manon na lero. No pari no siya minauto i gobernamento siya specialmente siya tres na ramas i eksekutibo i legislatibo dan i justiciat i superior dan i federal siya nakotti pari parewa para hamzo loki gi publiko komercio dan i mansamuruta gi servisyon i militar siya tanay loki pari animo pari man maestra dan i maestro CHamoru i mamamanana gi eskwelahan publiko dan i mga toliko dan gi hinirat siya na eskwela especialmente para tori mga maestra dan i mga maestro CHamoru ni mamamanana gi departamento ni edukasyon eskwela ni publiko siya gi elementaryo gi eskwelahan talo eskwelahan 3 kilo dan siya watu gi kulen komunidad pari dan iza watu loki gi universidad Guahan negagi si Kodi si mata Kodi lezama si jus masih Kodi don nayam nestina oportunidad si jus masih loki para eno siya ni mumanene i programan i division ni student CHamoru geno hulu gini universidad Guahan mas 4 kilo na eskwelante na eskwela siya gini gi Marianas pari Islas Marianas Unggan zawalokin na pabisa luda iman lancero para si Brian dan si Romy dan ni pumalo siya ni man gwagwalo siya dan pumalan man natungutan ni man mumoksay gaga tiyo riba di no pas todo loki man pescador siya dan edi siya ni man pepeska parigi alom tonu dan gita si mariadayam juga na hujung Pues na famas dan sen taza mas jao na ta continua pare por este lang punto lai pare guarlai domestico magi gini para ta diskuti lai por edi siya i manauto CHamoru ni manai tanu lai para manggolo gua 2000 manai ujung da para edi na tanu siya ni especialmente para ni manggwagwalo pari za diputsi no pari ako sa sauna membro ha na angin manai na na tanu para panggolo debi di siya no CHamoru galui ko magay na no pari
unggan primet
siya diputsi lo di ni madesnik do magi mensay na titag no pari bula umat kilala ji gwatu gi otro na naciones za eno siya man iikak sa put monton siya pari na za siya man gaitiningo po di amot pari
put kantidon no
put abondon siya mampus za kalan maniniikak ni man tautauta za uno kalan mas kapapaji ilay ni diputsi na siya lo at kilala ji gwatu gi otro na naciones za debi lai par ko ga opinion mo po no sa bula man mapababa ilay diputsi
unggan iutumo na junta disti mapus na mes mapus na sokan esta duru mahungok na ino na problema za esta toto ilantros gwa magang ezi compliance no
ezi
lo za unggan esta man maiilaw no siya na bula zi man manai no kontrata wana managwa segundo pa trade set na mangwagwalo man makoni halum za kalan at kikila gi primet na kilon
Zagi papalamasa ko may kilig mo enigi za debile parino madiroga no sa ti pareo na ti sinatawag ti pareo i trattamento ni diputsi za kalanedzi mafahisin neksa edi siya ni mangumplaplasi matsotsogi matatitiji ilay za edi nabubunaw pari sa mamapepedi man tautauta mismo di siya di pusi u ginalului lo ay tautau i China siya hiningok ko za tanana bisesta tautau China mafafan tori tano mahahadmi tori tano sa manggefsaga za Fino piling eduna salapi siya mahana tati kita nunia. Pues angin gua loki hamzu ke no hujung lagi ni mane ekungok puresti na problema ko mangun fort mi hamzu na para tasiga asti. Pari hafamon ni puntomo ne no na.
Zangi no manua pa Metkolas no. Metkolas ni gagi no dedidu. No guana Brian na no anunli haji siya man bebendi. No ganansya no taluk profit no
nai ganan na
pesesti ezita sangan no bula anun ata nila masa ni planta gi Metkolas. Ilik Fino mo pinat no tau taon.
Nai za ambis ba talu nugi tiput man sa tau ju na klosin tau lo i debi di i man tau ta o fan fona geno za ambis mana hana magi pari gini notrusya na tono za edisya tau ejo hungu gini ni za luta magi sya za memberotu nai za memasasapi di man tau ta gini sa maput ombi gini za timan mana seset biji amot benenu nai sya sa bulan nai nenu tau Cina hungu pari man magoftungu i amot ni peknu ju papa ekmo amot peknu gaga za timan apan skwekela no sya pari para mana siguro na i falofan nai gi para i minaulik salut tau sa guana masasat pia pari masasat pia pari za sa guana bena kada simona masasat pin itu i benenu za por bonito za dongkulu i kinusecha za nigi vio manaitayu tumai manu para mana sua ju nisita masumai pari ni benenu gi sanijung pari za bulan ai titumungo eno jigi entre más bonitos ti gelai padi frutas gua modnya pari sa benggai gaga man mahat mit magi
jigi po pininu gaga lo pinu lo kui tau tong
ni na fan malolongu pari gua sha tiningo ni man gaga lu za man sogi nei reglementu masasapi loki tinanum lia lo ripara na makala mangaitsit nut lai lo tabira totigi eno na problema pari hafata mano ju pari ko gua ina di lontu gi ja i tano manainata ina ngokku ni tano manainata ko gua tu umiilaw eno ja po mana para no na klasin tratamentu
hungan esta no man matatitizi unu no
debi lai pari
piot hulu gi noti na mangai gi na manaatuk ne manaatuk lo
manana
jangin motu i inspector no
ipo inilaw
pesumuzung i dueño za manatuk ki inik Finomo i segundo ni umat kikilay
nige
lo ungan ista mahungo keno za
pues debi lai pare da mana para no sa mucho más hita mismo iman tauta man mapepedi no sa afait pari no natano mismo pari inangokku ni tano imanainata para iman tauta
este sabalu un rotwa sabalu mamanu no gimit kau no izi dogun lila dogun gaga dogun
naza
4 pesos
i libra
4.50 pesos guana 5 pesos i
libra oi susti gotti
ilik Fino nya si izi silutas si no si mafadda na zanging guatano mo zong gualui lokwi nai nisisita un protehi sa zangin manano mo dogu pagu gi December esta i 8 December na sasakan za lo zangin tim protehi lokwi sa bulan no babin halum tano no
babin dos patas
agwata lutas luatan
enigi babuin dos patas
zangin mana halung gi boti padibat kunairi dagu padi suni nagaga sati megay no man matsolik na no baboy hulu no piot luta za luta gof no na lot la tinanum no
sustansya
za zangin mana halum bat ku bat kunairi no mapapasya i tax ni pro no malum neng
lo tunga fa loki pari sambi sauna zu loki ge na una manera sa lancero zu loki lo nisita ta gofata ne no sa ini man tau sanizung ni piot kumu gua pinakzu pari gua jigi ko mamaklok laba no sha gini gi jagwam za i dinistrosa ti dinistrosan guam ti maninat mi kita luta para tu na tono za atana debi di magofata ne no sha para gua debi di mana para masya pat mana fan mamuta mas ni chini linya halum ni
okay sta comprende
nigi parisa ti pareo i tratamento para todo ena usasangan za ezigi magait ma desni ko magi na pada tadaga no hujung na puntu pari
malik na puntu
sa tanah hungu ki man tau na enigi makalam titini gini kita nota man unu i manot binenu para pininu gaga debi pari ongai lisensia nezu sa zamigainya no ti man fifinu Inglaterra za debi di kada dos onius debi ji corn ni ngokko ne debi di kada dos onius umana escuela ju talu pama sertifika na mungkin proprio bidadanya ni po na serbi po no o fan apa tu fan binenu sinet no di tau dan ni makanono nya i abebendi
hukum prendi.
Pues debi di atan na hamzu ni tau manau tau agricultura put favor John atan no si Wan sa hutungan si Wan bodra ya kita gaigi gui fanono hujung sa namzu loki ki tau i siya pa rin ni manan gini ni mi man members siya gini ngokong itano manay nata debi di fan hujung gi jo maiilaw siya sa fanan kini pendeko pa rin kada onyo debi di fanano hujung zo maiilaw ko magwalului za kumuti magwalului pes debi di umana sua zo maomot enigi sa jeti para manai di 25 areas pari pes edza ipistun 10 put desa
pagwana lemuna but no
artist anay lo ti debi di maatan za mo maregla pari zo fan kabalisi matatiji reglamento. Pues nangga pare sa digi talu celuta sa abirai tati celuta si pues agi part na halu talu gala janggalo.
Gwelu zanggwela no
esta. Na falofan celuta.
Put favor gi alam lin alai sa esta stita bindisi no.
Lo tanay animu talu.
Tunua talu.
So gay tahungu ki bontonya. Pare Joe.
Buenas piling.
Konsigi.
Komunaza na sta mananum artist zan no?
Di masasaki gwalo mo.
Jawa semuanya na hungkam tarawih. Na maek kumukit ini di airi.
Ni pangwaluan. Ni mangwagwalo. Maulik za.
Apa mo ni punto mo po ni tamana tasasangan na piling ni man tau sa nijong otro rasa ni magwalului. Tano ni tidiputsi. Wasya menti mana tungomut sumotsogi no. Ranga ni mina kahit fan.
Do nagaji lang tokura. Ilayu raitano adu esta suli tayo.
Pablo tipo insasangan ti problema no lo edji
inangokuntono.
Enigi otruji inangokuntono. Edji magagi gi inangokun ni manayna.
Parewa na ginin lago. Edji yung pagagasi.
Sumay.
Edji radis na.
Sumay.
Sa pura zu binendo sa bilado na sana stay gaw sinana yun sa pura almut.
Sumay o kumunsyenti pinalaksi pare kalanlaon niya so pang siya lamlam. Nisiton sumay sa pesinawa talo pes sumay talo chufanan chus biya no apiling. Sumay chus biya no.
Turalay kay kulot yanum na. Ay amot.
Parun sientya gi ifinagasin kanay don sientya na palalaksi pare. Un lilya pare.
Za lamlam.
Lamlam enigi
mansana kalan kulot kondit.
Lo ipunto gano sa gwaha na neji amot na pare. Gwaha na amot sinya manapya lo ti unefekta lo nisiton na des fanan 7 dias fanan.
Anong kusa.
Kada mamakyaw. Nisiton nangan nayon na za.
Sa ona apa bila daw ni amot tu sa kimuskilo ni pulau mo na. Honestly, apa sih hot shot no para odo dan
para odo
si spider
sanjeji
gini di stainless na pesa gini di ladybug ya para di white price.
Nige.
Ini pino nesti molek sa kiamam na ino kiamam sumaga di tongku.
Iti Shetty no, nu sa Shetty. I Shetty. 7.
Is it 777?
Shetty.
Na kasi amo di agriculture na di required na. Ileno di kusisa wasa di ileno di luz ilisa di paleno. Lo bilodo na stigi pago usa para ibilingenas para di okra.
Okra. Esta man flores o yo tomo okra.
Dogdoko ay dani bilingenas. Nasi bilingenas mandoko.
Enige quanto na tronco? Guasiento?
No.
Na barley sa para kada po fananga para urna po cosecha. Para hokwa no? Bahokwa.
Hadin na.
Hadin na magkaya ni. Esta na ho.
Hadin na taon nung para yagaw na.
Enige na.
Yoka guaha mandoko do kada pepitas es para costo na di papa.
Esta nahong paregima.
Gagin na sapi dene.
Guadoko.
Do ma usisel papa di loda setti na doni.
Esta maulik.
Nalamigay no piling. Ini so tinataniyaw ini ti paregama lo tataniyaw sa nalamigay masya 20 na biringinas pa 20 na trongkodon ni so na bali sa kosakiun papatyam lokitan tatagi.
Este gi 3 meses no? 3 meses no?
Amora la sakka me aga.
Esta tatagi masya di.
Este manga man floris
piling. Gua trongkum manga mo gano.
Esta man floris.
Gagi gilanto.
Man floris esta.
Pues gagi gigi magamo pago na momento.
Gagi gumagaw no nananga pero onyo lai no pizza.
Ya la nage magay na. Pues eso na para un falaki. Está aquí en el lanzo na fanotista igamo.
Está egan.
Está. Pues un viaje aquí día.
Umjaya sa kidao na para uputata yung lizo zombie está lizo kumekyuko.
Angan na magay. Nigi.
So adge mo na daw no nakuformyo ni putata siya ni lizo sa ukakano ifaha.
Esta
na. Mamnya midi pa.
Mamnya ni faha. Na piot kumu kikabolis. Zauzi papaska.
Sa mamis.
Jori panitus.
Dalay na nizo black tidama za rodondo. Maningay na di dalay na nizo.
Piling logiza ji nizo 3 años. Para ji leka ulo gibeka.
3 años di gagi gilansu.
Ne, ezo na ezo kosakir sinon hago ne kini para un gaga umulo ki 4 kilo.
Zay manga piling.
Sai fusinhos.
Fusinhos. Jai manga fino.
Man flores? Este sepi
man flores são com manga e hedin.
Quanto? Hadin ezo ji hadin no. Uliti ki Hawaii ne ji hedin. Ki fino CHamoru hadin no. Mangan hadin no piling.
Mamis.
Dongkulu.
Ko una na tronco.
Una lai do abai kiki. Wasu tumuli si midaro.
Mata bilang angin para tatutuni gisimiza man mata ya para tatagi no ipi John nangga 30 anos mata ya nanti tatagi no molegnya na lasas aji early mafananan aji ma lasas sama ma botsa no zani edda sama na fan hale na pesezo na mautur lo zangin para ipipitas.
Ay, 12 años.
Basta sa tafan malaki peles at tatagin si manggang karabaw ni 5 pesos si libra.
Dati mamis.
Ay, nagasa na aso, desti ba graph, may tabi grumaf.
Anay. Za pwede ati umuzong giraffe. So ini kilig niya pari di ngok ko na jangin. Gua na ba na ling na ungi unu mangi no na mangga. Sustene pipitas niya don tanong lo ini kilig niya siya man tau agrikultura. Ti siguro na para upareo humodongnya.
Oh, nay.
Parewa ini na sa otra na itu lo garantiannya como on airle tagizi magrafin on na.
Yeah.
Fera di madraf.
Experience
magraf mga di madraf.
Experience no manano mo, nay.
No, piling. Lo bagay no pare gua manggamu no loki pare agar amzu ni mihanga mi mangga.
Ay lo atanas sa
manggan bisinu.
Manggan Carabao sa utanum nay kana disti 2013.
Oh, pes manunok sa pare.
Ya utanum ki izan ni mafatwa na lugar kalan sa ganatsu.
Sa ganatsu.
Tizan no tanum. Ano tutun tizan gi 2013 utanum.
Anyo Tracy.
Manuksa gi mapus na simana. Lo dinadyo nay piling. Pare manggan Carabao no
manggan Carabao
lo muzung kalan crossbreed
manggan muzung
crossbreed
manggan waka muzungnya
ya abay fanuyang
esta pesan mang Flores
esta manoksa gimapus do
managit
tali pa guna
esta ne pa guna na abunuzi pare ni taki waka
ni po fan Flores
Songgizi so pinino yaga ne Don taga loki trongku no ini manamku matataga ne mana masasapit no makastitiga kastine cigonya icigo lananya
Paugan tisisina tuli lilug sige
matani
po falagno si dangis malagno sepi dangis gi lasasnya
lo piling ko dangkulu trongkomo mangang Carabao Hadin, kung magaya tinik satsanya tu an mati tempornya.
Imapun na sakan kantidaga.
Esta zo, pespolo da tananganayon.
Unggan by Matsu.
Ada za pilinga babim fansugu papa kano gi magay da ta tsagi tu manganadin.
Imatsu na sa no mango festival hagan.
Tempon mangga.
Yeah.
Guput mangga
za
mangga
esta sempre Febrero Matsu
tafan binadza
abrit
tafan by diabetes
como tipakzu
nay como tipakzu mga mga masangan na sa lami ba pa kito na to mga finomo ti guayla ji
again apadala na migay Flores na mangga na
kalam para hunggan
guahan
itempo no
Nge piling ang pari. Ya, guan repo na kumpanya.
Kamatili megay no krikaw na kamatili.
Gua kumikiling niya. Matempo.
Piling. Lek mo gimapos na lotsa o megay no na mangga man malagnus. Bula man lostima.
Mamupudunga no kumikiling mo.
Mamupudunga rai sa kinakano ni Babay Mataulik.
Esta fes guahan no estipat gun no costume anyasti na lahi na. No chef professional.
Papatina sa kusinero
za esta para munazana i programa ni manai grant. Fes no todo iguan na manga ni manoksa para ufahan. Za ilik fino mo na piling bulan ni manlalostima. Parewa za nizi manggay mangga. Loesti na no kinalamtin no wegu at sotsogi si Sinot Castro ne. Po rikohi todi mangga po mafahan za pero ma losas za po mafatsugu para magibin. Pat otro siya na pinatinas. Edzo za niya lageta. Sa tempo na lageta, parewa, 20 ako pilingan ko sa mga lageta.
Lageta no man process na. Muna ti mangga.
Puno.
Kung todo lageta, dami, dobligim biyay.
Pes kostrusti na boy, na siluta za attendi programanya na gimapos 2 mes. Za todi gwa na mangga ni malagnus gitrong komo, pero mafahan. Esta sempre kung sempre malnutrition.
Lo mga todo poludyam.
Unggan.
Nafanagyam mumbi manggad na si piling. Todos din na kwentos na para taza balidya. Pari latsi calolon. Pari lami piling latsi calolon niya si Pari.
Dan mizo agil to na yun.
Masaya.
Sa an mano pa mitkaw na yung litzi manggan Filipinas no. Gua na ma pack, ma dry pack. Gua na gimin no frutas. No avzunan niya sempre tali.
Nanga Pari sa esta amin shoshonana kozata itea. Ada gua no totoo sta. Oh. Nay lo anion mensiona una misina lago gini. Ilao.
Agin toa ba tifia ga benangam su ba ogam su.
Dannya dani donemo dani asiga da basta dong kanuyam.
Gahama potgi.
No tagi no piling edi sipa no. Nasu. Basta da betsu pa jawa. Todo no minalagay official mo imanggogo.
Gahama pot.
No piling.
Na sene di mapata da atikifi tendela. Sina maisin.
Nay. Pesali sutumo suliligi kantot Pues suliligi kantot salan na bibindi.
Gizo mo mapata da hongo.
Gime nomwa.
Yadi.
Ay, bana masalonyo. Abay paki le ku postaga siglagen todero.
Todo no para ma-pressure put ni put sinaki.
Mao mo to ni pakiu na preso
ni official za mismo official mua za ni man tauma para uninaresta.
Dapat gunzusa.
Dapat gunzusa. Fino piling na basta sa siguro man nyolang. No?
Ayo man. Gua dos bandas singa man nyolang singa roki pamabendi.
Payamot. Tabire tanu payamot dalo.
Magahi.
Umbiay na no sikupelena na ilayo. Matugilansu.
Dava.
Jau pensa itauto dari paki ne. Is utugi papa. I shoot first, then I ask question later.
Peligro na tablero, no?
Pega na ulo. Ay, kedo na tablero no trespassing.
Nay.
Ipo.
Ay, lo ko na.
Penta di liga.
Lo piling. Ko na matrachang ka ni ilan mo? Ko na matrachang ka?
Oh, yeah.
Pes manlufa na olo.
No?
Edu tin na manaholuman. Sito na dayo na niki pako kumababa si manaholumagi. Maulika na ti mamazuzuti basulan niya gano ilan somo. Sa bula man gano.
Ay bila niya amma masitati. Minazar makoni binaudo. Mazuti alo milasas di kontrolansu.
Ay.
Sige ni.
Pumangguan ni lugar.
Na ni kat ni mapulujo.
Anay makto na gisigenti dia no soda. Binaudo dos un toro da num boca.
Da kontori ilo ay.
Gaduka.
Tak ni.
Eda do hafu papa pa bono.
Nay hungan.
Sa kumukpa.
Sabi mo na toga do sa agent tu hafu ne patsino tu songi.
Natitek so.
Makti mo to lalo.
Dispes ang ginpagwa ni lugar talo na tu fatui binado talo kumumutong i lugar.
Mangingi pa familia.
Sige talo na de video maketsugi. Ome angin esto pamazuti da mapaki ibabwi. Da mazuti na ana mapaki na lugar. Lalo. Suli ating babi don tutyo long gisalog boka yan.
Gitashi mos, gitashi gitashi sa enigi mos tsadigi finagas gi sa sesu tombi ay napon pari jana di isadong namin namutung loki ay malika na no sa sabi mujung iba ayak mangaw Itu suli.
Kumutodong na honum.
Na kumutodong na ya.
Luan
natatah mo nga.
Telemomi na. Laguana beomi na mapaki kan tunsaulan ni babi sa majutia.
Dago hulung gitasi. Sedeknya.
Tasi angin tauza sardu na maulik madago gitasi o. Juti papa dalam sardu apa boka dia.
Ini
maulik magat.
Ano
ang sina maapot kay lalo mi siya mas mamta ilalo
pineksu
apa saja nak klasin lalu idangkulu pare
apa di dangkulu
lagu
apa di dangkulu na lalu za Ji sta shoot no pare B52 sta jo pare
Lord Lila papanya
sta jo B52
Enggak
Nay la sta lam na shoot
sa dangkulu
sa ikinanuno niya na jo 20 pare
Taiguizu na
nigi man taiguizu per sa kakano gaga na jo nigi no repara angge matay gaga nigi naman luludo ilalo.
Si regular.
Ilalo kalanti matsumotsutsun maulik. Tinanahong kinanono niya.
Landi.
Siya na mo mamta ilalo.
Nay.
Gua juga tilan suko gua na biar na maktu apa jalan na
ilitay.
Apa di taka?
Itaka.
Ginalo na gindi mawalo lang siyo.
Distedzo mahalum. Titsagu no.
Gato gi za iha. Za ti papaguan ganog ti malolofan ni manglo gato gi zago.
Como atulaika di sona manglo.
Ani gi kumu bumendabat. Bendabat no amo kumu matulaika. Bumendabat.
Bendabat abiragui.
Para kumeke pakju. Ngi. Gua manglo. Atulay kagi ini. Bendaban na mafananan pare. Bendaban. Atulay kagi ning kakatan ni manglo.
Natural no
Sesu ginin ginin kakatan ni manglo. Lo kumu ginin hajar ginin lilican talu. Jigi matulay laka.
Gua pok.
Iya hajan lica. Ini asa. Kunsigi pis mana Joe? Kunsigi malah zata na gua talu anti dio fakpui programata. Gua lai talu bisita. Tata gua. Esta do mga malefan ni mangga za kumutoa.
Esta okisakan.
Tres meses.
Esta malefan ni 7 días aquí después. Papo ko niga bi 3 meses pare. Esta za. Días 6 meses niga na igi utmo. Esta pues está ochusakan.
Esta guaha bisita ta
no. Esta si dos masi lai piling ni nakong mo. Esta za si dos masi. Adios hasta aquí.
Está aquí.
Okay. Adayo gi karera.
Consegui.
Si mafatdas yung mga.
Ay si Duke. Consegui, senyor. Hoy.
Kogwasi.
Duko ako pago ay.
Consegui.
Ay, kanapitu. Lenga organ zani organ topi.
Manaigui.
Manaigui lenga pailan organ na piu. Ko pa na piu na gaigi ko left pa di right pa di center piu. 57 sa gaigi na double dipping.
Gaigi da kokonnya.
Gaigi na double dipping.
Malika ko, apa tatat manaw lu?
Malika tinena pagumupulo matapa edi basement jigu si Pedro.
Right.
Bishangono malika sa basement. At hindi naman kumutusi toko.
Manamjan si Howard Hemsing. Si Howard.
Anong question aduluna.
Kaduko. Agangnya kamu kalogo kinihago.
Na taman stibi.
Yukura kakadna nasa.
Tawai ko dulu nedi PTSD sa kutobi gizan ni nadi PTSD.
Kalam Palawan no lahi.
Goti patsotnya no.
Palawan.
Ano pa mo gizan sagi gumu sa bisang ano.
Dadaw.
Malago patsok mo sa malumo sa loko.
Oy. Maulik.
Na para.
Although si Vice Mayor Jigu maulik ito na Vice Mayor.
Si Sinot
Anong Vice
Ang ganun na hobby na dyan na tawag.
Siya, kuntusin tawag.
Yeah, maulik ito na boy.
Si Pedro, maulik si Pedro. Gusto nga niyo na pag-tungin na ng Vice Mayor. Mga si Mayor na PTG si Alec lang na ako na piyo like na ni TV sa gagi kay 57.
Gatsa.
Secretary like na he told me sorry na piyo like na ako ni TV sa gagi na mo topo diping sa Debbie no gagi ki Papa Jo sa gagi. So ano man ako matutugig talk show so ano man na flight 57.
Dos so na.
Manalulu na tawtaw.
Hindi na tempo kay ami manaon gi tenda like Tamano no, atu mandu i bilit sa Debbie cooking sa bahay, gagi kep 7.
Ay.
Dan na sa TV lang na sound na piu like kuno ni TV.
Ano ka?
Gatsa no.
Kaya budiping na iyan, tumawag na din ako like mayor. Dahil sa mo budiping ako. Malago pa sa bagay tisan, banaham ng application.
Maulik song gatsa.
Maulik ito na Vice Mayor.
Sugo papa ton tagwi.
Biso ano, gigistizi, lena moru na CHamoru, ang registered, tisina masobda, pag masobda, ma-life, tagi siya Madori. Madori Suba, Madonna.
O si Nicolas.
Si Nicolas Madoro.
Kidnap si Tom di Venezuela.
Nicolas Madoro, nay.
Pula na panalawin si Tom niya, kidnap niya sa kone sa biggest kingpin international Manina na Iraq, Hamas, China, Russia, you name it, nakasing togpo, dong kolonna kini si El Chapo, dyan si Gaddafi, and si Ferdinand Marcos digin na togpo ng Nestrom na panahulong to rin bineno Amerika. Toko. I'm gonna come and get you. You can run and hide. Lo, malika na lo. Bula na panaloli Storm ko tayo Cuba siyam di mangatsing na si Storm lang na I don't care who your friend is. You want me to show you fire like you've never seen the Malum North Korea the Gatsalum di DMZ lines the Malum na lang na I'm here now Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. Parang umulapit nagugupo na lang mo I gotta go and kill you better stop flying your rocket Kim Jong-un. Or else I'll show you fire like you never see. Lang na si Kim Jong-un lang na, mine is bigger. Lang na si Trump, mine's faster. Pero gawin mo lang na, stop it, you two, stop it. Lang na sana missiles na malina black tip, malogi doon sa matuk.
How's ka easy black tip?
BJ, I'm just talking BJ. Lohungan si Trump, kumulang na he's gonna show you fire like he's gonna show you fire. Dahil na ito ni World War III, the last war of the world, World War III, Armageddon.
Pwede alay mo nga.
Lolikuan na, dahil na matindi papagilip.
Ang ganay magkaya nun din ang siya.
Matindi na what was written will be told. That sina na ito, mga lo, estamasangan na, at sina stay world leaders manintusa, respect to, that's going to hit into place. Ningde the leaders and matumba si Benjamin Netanyahu. Ito nga si Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel.
Prime Minister Israel.
Pura
Benjamin Netanyahu, no? Prime Minister of Israel. Pag matumba do, that's when the first missile will be used. Mananatayo, then kutuliti mananatayo, ekaginin mamanulo, Benjamin Netanyahu right now is in the picture with Hamas and Palestinian and Arab land. Egitan ito pigil ito po. Unaninga ito po matumba sa pisaduna tutulgi Armageddon sa papanggera to rin lingnes ito stata tamno papa nila bisin na potus. Sa program dun ni manam dun siya dito na papa sabi gobdi bidokol ng tapigi kulot na. Am dun ni manam dun ito panamda pagduzi manahita ni kapanono lo para sinatogi sa is been written it will be told. The last war was and tungo man na patutungi di len first time I got it she knows her. That's Estamos of the evidence so didn't happen to the next time I will burn it down to move on na po tutundi ni po song dito do.
Amano.
Bisa ngonen de sinatan ng gidlo. List ya tota.
Stephen na.
Yung isti holong gi Mariana Trench no sugi sa nilo. Man madama ka to di man dagi dingi man and the island will be no more. Pagi sa nagu they're gonna see some nomi like they're never gonna see North Pole gagi South Pole gagi North California gagi papa Russia gagi ukibanda is gonna sige na putungi guapilan Manila to do betenu pagod na ini deku sige most tagdum sige China hardly the total ring of fire sige na gagi na dengi to do Mariana Trench na pagu pa ma offshore mining izuzum na gama di roga ay bisangon offshore mining man testify pagu sa nidod ani governor lieutenant governor the governor I didn't know what my right hand was doing the 1.9 billion people I didn't know what partner zu except ni biuna pa ni barna pa asogona I didn't know what pagu governor like I didn't know kung mapaudun lasay kumaka to di kresa sa sana ni biuna that durid man the legna si Frank Bloss and si unga siya karumolit no si Frank Bloss kumumalo si turista lai elo bisang game over
duku esta lai taman mi ora za babe tatsagi tatagwa be na continua za be na gwa leksyon lai sa esta ta upusi
telo jauh matagwa
esta chelo
bravo no
nay
matagwak
na kayo
ni da chelo awi si man moli kami ni to man sigya kumon sa ana mapusit ati po pinatik
lo si Jesus masi ni nagangmo sa inangongo ko para unsiga tumalo lo di pepensa sa
moli na programa
bula man na akang alim sa mga kihalom lo nagwagwalagat mo
the world was to end I want to be with no I don't want to be with her thank you
esta si Jesus masi kadukunin no ungan ni gida di matangan at seluta ginasyon CHamoru pari esta kakantu i ora da spes balafan pari da ta continua di programata ni pudi palabras ya hafana letra no esta e primer na letra i alfabeto glota pues segundo i letra A pues A B C D pues gagit pago gi
i no i na letra lo
i gifining lettera lo gifinota
pumahungo ka ni maneku
unga na ti matungo na sa bula magay ti kumo prependin no sa sanya i letra
tigi ai no
gifino en lettera pues malafan sa tadako uso esti siya na palabras fan parino para i letra kuga palabras para to gabe dako uso
etsung
ako palabras mo pa emok ungan ay undan sizu ekungok
MP
esalaw
empanada
ego
empeño
esta za entut
empati
mole ungan empati eklaw educación na pari gifino Inglaterra lo como un sogi gidilitser CHamoru education man maiduduka itauto ti maiduduka na maiduduka damunga no pono fa makanduduka no estaba
no
ego esto songan ego
fes no
egging ungan edzak
no adahi empeño
also engulo
ilihi
ieno edzu letra pari sakalan me eklaho edzu afatalo sipti mege pari pues malenyon na tadungin na somo ayo ieno no i Just from in English talo.
Emok
ungan esuk.
Intrega.
Tunga ji esuk no pari. esuk.
Nizuk
esuk edzi lemai ni ma tatala mana onglu pare esuk enigi pare enigi siya manantigo siya na ning kanu pare apa talu engulo enemigo eno pagu dinanciao apa talu
epuk
unggan epuk ka para on ketungo na dinanci idani
esalau
esta ta sanga mga misalau inkatga inkutidu
namon ngi
inkutidun papadza
inkutidun manga
ma inkutidu nai pare jigi nai nya nai imasusumai nai lo gipi minagai no na palaba ma inkutidu jadi binakli nih ma sumai nih binakli dan siga dan mengi zaman nazi ahus pari zaman apika di
segiget mun
anige esta misina
business stage
to malalak nus pari te lamu pari hopla kolum mena pari dan apa talu
no
tigis megai no estado
estagui
unggan estagui Tana, esta
entero
engan entero. Ay, na escuelanti mauli con sogi chisomo gima parte su escuela.
Estao.
Ungan, estao.
Estados, no?
Estao.
No.
MP. Esta. Tasangan MP.
Empanada.
Enchigaminos. Weguzu pari no, enchigaminos.
Yeah.
Enchigaminos. Weguzu pari.
Wegu.
Kasile pena nanga na de
Sangan talum, right?
Nanga fan de beli listoko. Lo asra zo enchigaminos. Haftalu.
No.
Historia dinanciao.
Entrega.
Estudia. Sahadancha si Teo. Manenuhu. En genohoga kita gero na manera. Como é que ele ganha esta minuto para gato giorata peslozawa na betulisti na oportunidade. Dabe nai ânimo já reconhece si Teo Mateo Santos Giza como é luluisti na programa. Giza za manunungo mona legnya fazi edza ba. Esta za. Pues ume ezak no Teo. Pues ungan pari esta nei kad al mati ora na para tafanadingo talo. Just otro simona pues pari fananuda.
Bendición patori manekungog za ta nanangay tempun mangga gi motsu.
Zan si Pauly ganyo hungog la taftaf ganay makpu programanya. Manay agradecimiento na patakunsigis din na programa gini gi anyo 26. Pues maniluhu zan manay naho. Makpoy programan mami za esta ki manali talo gi otro na Metkolas gi ora las 4 gi pasao italoani esta las 6 gi pupuengi pues no famos dan sentaza mas hago pari hutsum
105.1 FM no
ungan giza diri dugo ha
tabindisi todi manekung tagosa si Zeus pago na simana adayam zagi karera manali
Dios está aquí
ungan
ungan está
adios